The cool, crisp flavor of Gatorade Frost. Play cool.
6 seconds on the clock. Time is 9.
My man, Dwayne Wade. You got this. You cool.
Cool like a penguin in a tank top.
Cool like a convertible with a snowplow.
Like a streaker at a hockey game.
Like a finger rolled in February.
Cool like a Yeti eating frozen spaghetti.
The cool, crisp flavor of Gatorade Frost. Play cool.
6 seconds on the clock. Time is 9.
My man, Dwayne Wade. You got this. You cool.
Cool like a penguin in a tank top.
Cool like a convertible with a snowplow.
Like a streaker at a hockey game.
Like a finger rolled in February.
Cool like a Yeti eating frozen spaghetti.
The cool, crisp flavor of Gatorade Frost. Play cool.
6 seconds on the clock. Time is 9.
My man, Dwayne Wade. You got this. You cool.
Cool like a penguin in a tank top.
Cool like a convertible with a snowplow.
Like a streaker at a hockey game.
Like a finger rolled in February.
Cool like a Yeti eating frozen spaghetti.
The cool, crisp flavor of Gatorade Frost. Play cool.
6 seconds on the clock. Time is 9.
My man, Dwayne Wade. You got this. You cool.
Cool like a penguin in a tank top.
Cool like a convertible with a snowplow.
Like a streaker at a hockey game.
Like a finger rolled in February.
Cool like a Yeti eating frozen spaghetti.
The cool, crisp flavor of Gatorade Frost. Play cool.
6 seconds on the clock. Time is 9.
My man, Dwayne Wade. You got this. You cool.
Cool like a penguin in a tank top.
Cool like a convertible with a snowplow.
Like a streaker at a hockey game.
Like a finger rolled in February.
Cool like a Yeti eating frozen spaghetti.
The cool, crisp flavor of Gatorade Frost. Play cool.
6 seconds on the clock. Time is 9.
My man, Dwayne Wade. You got this. You cool.
Cool like a penguin in a tank top.
Cool like a convertible with a snowplow.
Like a streaker at a hockey game.
Like a finger rolled in February.
Cool like a Yeti eating frozen spaghetti.
The cool, crisp flavor of Gatorade Frost. Play cool.
6 seconds on the clock. Time is 9.
My man, Dwayne Wade. Got this. You cool.
Cool like a penguin in a tank top.
Cool like a convertible with a snowplow.
Like a streaker at a hockey game.
Like a finger rolled in February.
Cool like a Yeti eating frozen spaghetti.
The cool, crisp flavor of Gatorade Frost.
Don't open that cellar door. Epic comeback starts right here.
My man, Dwayne Wade. You got this. You cool.
Cool like a penguin in a tank top.
Cool like a convertible with a snowplow.
Like a streaker at a hockey game.
Like a finger rolled in February.
Cool like a Yeti eating frozen spaghetti.
The cool, crisp flavor of Gatorade Frost. Cool.
6 seconds on the clock, tied at 9-5.
My man, Dwayne Wade. You got this. You cool.
Cool like a penguin in a tank top.
Cool like a convertible with a snowplow.
Like a streaker at a hockey game.
Like a finger rolled in February.
Cool like a Yeti eating frozen spaghetti.
The cool, crisp flavor of Gatorade Frost. cool.
6 seconds on the clock. Time at 9.
My man, Dwayne Wade. You got this. You cool.
Cool like a penguin in a tank top.
Cool like a convertible with a snowplow.
Like a streaker at a hockey game.
Like a finger rolled in February.
Cool like a Yeti eating frozen spaghetti.
The cool, crisp flavor of Gatorade Frost. Play cool.
Don't open that cellar door. Epic comeback starts right here. Lucky shot.
My man, Dwayne Wade. You got this. You cool.
Cool like a penguin in a tank top.
Cool like a convertible with a snowplow.
Like a streaker at a hockey game.
Like a finger rolled in February.
Cool like a Yeti eating frozen spaghetti.
The cool, crisp flavor of Gatorade Frost. Play cool.
Don't open that cellar door. Epic comeback starts right here. Lucky shot.
Cool.
6 seconds on the clock. Time at 9.
My man, Dwayne Wade. You got this. You cool.
Cool like a penguin in a tank top.
Cool like a convertible with a snowplow.
Like a streaker at a hockey game.
Like a finger rolled in Tupperware.
Cool like a Yeti, eating frozen spaghetti.
The cool, crisp flavor of Gatorade Frost. Play cool.
Don't open that cellar door. Epic comeback starts right here. Lucky shot.
Seconds on the clock, tied at 9.
My man, Dwayne Wade. You got this. You cool.
Cool like a penguin in a tank top.
Cool like a convertible with a snowplow.
Like a streaker at a hockey game.
Like a finger rolled in Tupperware.
Cool like a Yeti, eating frozen spaghetti.
The cool, crisp flavor of Gatorade Frost. Play.
Don't open that cellar door. Epic comeback starts right here. Lucky shot.
Cool.
6 seconds on the clock, tied at 9.
My man, Dwayne Wade. You got this. You cool.
Cool like a penguin in a tank top.
Cool like a convertible with a snowplow.
Like a streaker at a hockey game.
Like a finger rolled in Tupperware.
Cool like a Yeti, eating frozen spaghetti.
The cool, crisp flavor of Gatorade Frost. Play cool.
Don't open that cellar door. Epic comeback starts right here. Lucky shot.
My man, Dwayne Wade. You got this. You cool.
Cool like a penguin in a tank top.
Cool like a convertible with a snowplow.
Like a streaker at a hockey game.
Like a finger rolled in February.
Cool like a Yeti eating frozen spaghetti.
The cool, crisp flavor of Gatorade Frost. Play cool.
Don't open that cellar door. Epic comeback starts right here. Lucky shot.
All right. Oh, there we go. Hello. Hello. Good job. All right. Testing 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm going to go on. Well, pleasant good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Orange County Convention Center here in Orlando, Florida. It's the 43rd annual AAU Girls Junior National Volleyball Championships, and today it is International Day. This match coming up in just a few minutes at 10 o'clock Eastern Time, and actually, the first match today went pretty long, so this next match is going to start in just a few minutes, about 10:30 Eastern Time. It's going to be Club Slovenia against Club Brazil, and it is all international matches today here on courts 41 and 42. We had a marvelous first match today, which went very long. Fortunately, only went 2 sets, and yet it lasted for a good hour or so. And Club Slovenia defeated Club China 29-27 and 26-24. Just a magnificent match, and really either team could have won. I mean, China's got a very good team. Slovenia just picked up a few more points at the end in key moments, and they were able to pull away for the win. So as far as the standings go, Brazil is going to be taking on Slovenia in this match coming up in just a few minutes. Brazil is 3-1. The Dominican Republic, though, is in first place, coming in today at 4-0. And again, Club Brazil 3-1 taking on Club Slovenia. And again, Club Slovenia just defeated China, and here they are playing back-to-back. They have to get right back on the court. They're 3-2, so we got a good one here. Brazil is 3-1, and Slovenia is 3-2. So Club Slovenia, they're going to be in the white uniforms with the red numbers and the red shorts, and Brazil in the very nice royal blue uniforms with white numbers. So this should be a good one, but I'll tell you, there's nothing like international volleyball. I mean, really exemplary athletes. So both teams taking to the court. And again, keep in mind, best 2 out of 3 sets. up to 25. You got to win by a margin of 2. Now, if there is a set number 3, then the game is shortened. It's up to 15, and you have to win by a margin of 2. So again, Brazil in blue and Slovenia in white. And let's see who's serving first. The officials still verifying the players. This will be a bit of a challenge. Again, Club Slovenia, formerly part of Yugoslavia. So the names are a bit of a challenge. Okay, this is Kaja Keglovic, number 1, serving for Slovenia. So here we go. And this should be a good one. Again, Brazil 3-1 and Slovenia 3-2. And there's a kill for number 16, and that's Daria Erzin. So 1-0 for Slovenia. And here's the serve. And there's a kill for number 13. That is Luana Aguiar. And we are tied at 1. And Brazil will serve. Serving is number 6, Natalia Monteiro. So Monteiro serves that nice low serve. Barely made it over the net. Nice dig by Brazil. And there's a kill by number 13, Aija Yarola. So 2-1 in favor of Slovenia. And serving for Slovenia, number 13, it'll be Aija Yarola. Oh, God, I get to say her name twice. I'll hopefully get better at it by the end of the match. And there's a kill for Brazil. Didn't quite see who hit the ball. But we are tied at 2. So Brazil will serve, and serving is number 15, Elis Gadella. So Gadella with the serve. And I guess she got it. Ace. So it's 3-2. So again, this is Elis Gadella. So Brazil with their first lead, 3-2. Here's a set by Slovenia. And the kill. Nice one there by number 9, Anna Vok. So we are tied at 3. And serving for Slovenia, number 4, Brina Brachko. So Brachko here with the serve. Attempted kill by Brazil, denied by Slovenia. And there's a kill, but I'll tell you, 16. She has got it going. That's Daria Erzin. So 4-3 Slovenia. And serving, number 4, Brina Brachko. And the serve goes out. So point Brazil, and we're tied at 4. And serving for Brazil, number 13, Luana Aguiar. So a good close match. Already a bunch of ties, and we're just underway. Well, that was another attempted kill, and it was good. A kill there for Daria Erzin. She's already got 3 of those, and she will now serve, and it's 5-4 Slovenia. So again, Slovenia just beat China. That's the good news. You know, the bad news is they had to come right back and play again. So not much rest, and they They expended a lot of energy in that win over China. So did China. I'll tell you, two marvelous clubs against China. Really good. They could have very easily won that match. Gonna win into a little bit of overtime. Nice digging by Brazil. And there's a kill. And it's by number 1, Maria Barbara Schwarzer. So we are tied at 5. So it's a 5-5 tie. We've already had 4 ties. So it's pretty much just back and forth, alternating points. And here's the serve by Schwarzer of Brazil. Nice dig by Brazil. I'll tell you, that China-Slovenia match we had, just what we're having here, are just a bunch of long rallies. A lot of points and a lot of long rallies. And let's see who won that point. All right, they're going to give it to Brazil. So it's 6-5 Brazil. So once again, Schwarzer with a serve. Nice deep serve. And that's a ace. So 7-5 Brazil. That's their biggest lead. Match has either been tied or Brazil's led by 1, so now they lead by 2, their biggest lead. So this one has been a close one already. Close one throughout. Oh, nice save. Well, it's going to be Brazil's point. So Brazil with 3 points in a row, and they are up 8-5. And once again, it's going to be Schwarzer. Again, that's Maria Barbara Schwarzer to serve. So again, Brazil is in blue and Slovenia in white. And a miss hit there by number 7 of Brazil. That's Luana Gonçalves. So point to Slovenia. And it's 8-6 Brazil. So serving for Slovenia, number 9, Anna Vok. Listed as an outside hitter. And there's a, well, it went out of bounds. Attempted kill. Now the Brazil players are saying, well, that ball was tipped. So let's see. Oh, they're going to give Brazil the point. So a little lobbying by the players. I guess that never hurts as long as they're diplomatic about it. And international volleyball, you should always have diplomacy. All right, here's a serve by Keone Locke. And there's a point for Slovenia. So Brazil leading at 9-7. And for Slovenia, this is going to be number 15, Tonka Puchnik. So Puchnik to serve. In fact, there are 2 Puchniks. There's Tonka and Lena, so sisters on this Slovenia team. I think they're the only pair of sisters. Attempted kill there by Erjan. She's already had a couple of kills, but good dig by Brazil. Nice set. Nice dig, though, by Brazil. And there's a point for Slovenia. So 9-8 Brazil. So Brazil led by 3. And now Slovenia with a little bit of a mini run. And it's now 9-8 in favor of Brazil. And serving, once again, Tonka Puchnik for Slovenia. And a bit of a jump serve for Puchnik. And there's a kill for number 6 of Brazil. That is Natalia Montero. So 10-8 Brazil. So Brazil with a serve. It's going to be number 7, Luana Gonçalves. Oh, by the way, in Slovenia, I found this out. I wasn't sure. 6 hours ahead. So in Brazil, it's now, what is it? 3:40 in the afternoon. Hopefully somebody is listening from Brazil, or watching rather, here at sportsnetworklive.com. Wish I could do it in Brazilian or Slovenian, but I'm settled for English. Now, when you think about it, the pictures tell the story anyway. I'm just here to fill the gaps. Boy, another nice long rally. Ah, there's a kill. Number 6 for Brazil, Natalia Monteiro. So I've got the score 11-8 Brazil. I'm pretty confident that that is the score. Again, the score is out of my view, so I'll double check during the timeouts, but I think I'm pretty close. Again, J.C. Meyerholz here at the AAU Volleyball Championships. Again, international flavor today, as I'm going to be out here doing, well, 2 more international matches after this one, as we got a point for Brazil. All right, Brazil will serve. And once again, it'll be Luana Gonçalves. And there's a point for Brazil. Nice double duo there for Brazil, getting that point. That was 13 Luana Aguiar, number 15 Elise Cadella. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute. They're going to give that point to Slovenia. Okay. Thought they gave it to Brazil. All right, 12-9 Brazil. Oh, there you go. Kaja Kedlovic with a serve. Oh, Kedlovic, nice dig. And a double hit. So, let's see, the point goes to Brazil, or in Spanish, that would be Brasilia. And serving will be number 6, Natalia Monteiro. Uh-oh. Oh, there we go. So the serve by Brazil. Nice dig by Brazil. Wow. What happened here? And let's see, Slovenia won the point. So I have the scores 13-10 in favor of Brazil. Slovenia with a serve. That was Ayana Yarala. And the point to Brazil. Getting our first timeout. Maybe I'll be able to see the score here. Oh, you know what? I'm 1 off. It's 13-10 Brazil. All right. All right, so Brazil with the serve, and it's going to be 15 Elise Gadella. Again, Brazil in blue and Slovenia in the white uniforms. And a hit into the net by 13 of Slovenia, Ayana Yarala. So point for Brazil, and it's now 14-10. It's now 15-10. So Brazil trying to pull away here, and we got a timeout. Well, you know what? They got the score as 14-10. Okay, well, unless they're behind, that's what the score is, 14-10 in favor of Brazil. Well, let's see what's coming up later. I'm going to be doing the noon game, which is going to be the Dominican Republic against Colombia. And the Dominican Republic, the only undefeated team in the international pool, they are 4-0. And they beat this Brazil team, and that was Brazil's only loss. And let's see, Colombia. Colombia having a tough time. They're 0-4. In fact, so the Dominican Republic's the only unbeaten team, and the only winless team is Colombia. So that's going to be a undefeated team taking on a winless team. And hopefully Colombia will be able to give the DR a good match. And I'll also be doing the 1 o'clock game. And that'll be Club Brazil once again. And that'll be against Club China. Now I'm looking forward to the China match. Their names are going to be the most challenging for me, I think, out of all the international teams. So we'll see what happens. All right, here's a serve by Brazil. Again, they have opened up a 14-10 lead. There's a kill. Well, no, it was missed. So a point for Brazil. And it's now 15-10. And Elise Gadella will continue to serve, so she's got a nice run going here. So it was very close early, and now Brazil, about midway through the match, is starting to pull away in this first set, and a missed serve by Gadella. So that gives Slovenia a point, and it's 15-11. And serving for Slovenia is number 4, Brina Brachko. And there's a kill for Brazil. Let's see. That was number 13. That was Luana Aguiar. So 16-11 Brazil. And a missed serve, and Slovenia gets the point. Let's see, I think I can see the score here. It is 16-12, just double checking. Brazil is winning. Boy, beautiful serve there by Slovenia. And Brazil somehow got that ball back. And a point for Slovenia on the kill. So 16-13 in favor of Brazil. So Brazil got it up to a 5-point lead, and now Slovenia's cut it to 3. So they're making a run. And this is Daria Erzhin serving for Slovenia, and she hits it into the net. Boy, I tell you, when you're trailing pretty late in the match, I mean, I've said this so many times, you cannot afford a missed serve. So Brazil up by 4, 17-13, and they are serving, and doing so is number 1, Maria Barbara Schwarzer. And a miss hit, that's going to be a Brazil point. So 18-13 Brazil. So Slovenia cut it to 3, and now Brazil has equaled their biggest lead of 5. And again, Maria Barbara Schwarzer with the serve, and it's wide. Boy, a missed serve. So 18-14 Brazil. Slovenia has the ball back, and serving for them is going to be number 9, Anna Volk. So Volk with a serve. And a bit of a jump serve, kind of a modest jump serve. And there's a kill for number 6 of Brazil. That's Natalia Monteiro. So 19-14 Brazil. And a substitution. Daria Erzhin is going to go out for Slovenia, and in is Maja Koshenina. That's a pretty name, Koshenina. So Koshenina into the game. And Keone Locke with a serve for Brazil. Nice dig there by Slovenia. And there's a kill. That was a authoritarian kill by number 6, Natalia Monteiro. And let's see. I do have the score right. It is 20-14 for Brazil. And Brazil will serve. Once again, it'll be Keone Locke. So Brazil with a serve. Good serve there by Locke. And there's a spike, a good one by number 13 for Slovenia. Again, that is Aya Yarala. That makes it 20-15 Brazil. So Brazil's biggest lead was 6. And now Slovenia's got it down to 5. Here is Tonka Puchnik to serve for Slovenia. So Slovenia, they got to make another run here, and that'll help. That's a ace. So 2016 Brazil, nice serve there. That was deep and low, just over the net by Tonka Puchnik. Again, her sister Lena also plays on the team. I haven't seen Lena in the game yet, so Tanya might be the better sister player in the family. I'm sure Lena's a very good player, though, to be on this team. Not sure if they're twins. Nice dig by Brazil. And there's a point for Brazil. Didn't quite see who hit it, but Brazil with a point, and they lead it 21-16. So they are 4 points away from closing out this first set. And serving will be Luana Gonçalves. And actually, Gonçalves is going to check out. She hands the ball to her teammate. That's Ana Paula Zandona. So it's going to be Zandona, the big Z, to serve for Brazil. So Zandona with a serve. Middle of the court, and wow, that was not a very hard serve. And number 9, Anna Vogt, for some reason, couldn't handle it and mishit it. So a ace for Zandona. So Brazil 3 points away. They are up 22-16. So Zandona with another serve. Nice dig by Brazil. And Brazil with a kill. Natalia Montero, I'll tell you, she's in the high single digits somewhere in kills. She's had at least 5 or 6, maybe more. So 23-16 Brazil. And Zandona will continue her run of serves here. So Brazil needs 2 more points to close out this first set. And there's a ace. And that was not a very hard serve. So the serve receive late here in this game for Slovenia has not been very good. So another serve, and this is a game point for Brazil. And Brazil again with a nice dig. And there's a kill for number 6, and that is Natalia Montero, and that is it for set number 1. So Brazil, very impressive. They win it 25-16. Well, I'll tell you, it was tied early. We had 4 ties very early in that first set. The last tie was 5-5. And then Brazil ran off a spurt. Slovenia ran off a little bit of a spurt, and then Brazil, slowly but surely, pulled away. In fact, they scored the last 6 points. They were up 20-16, and Slovenia did not score after that. And again, Brazil wins it 25-16. So a little bit of a break here as both teams switch benches and switch sides of the net. Well, again, this is the international division. And again, Dominican Republic standing out. They're 4-0. And again, Colombia is 0-4. So you got the 2 extremes there. Club Baja is 1-3. But then you look at the other teams. Brazil 3-1. Club China now 2-3. Puerto Rico 2-2. And Slovenia 3-2. So you've got like 4 teams out of the 7 of this pool who really are pretty even. And then you got the 2 extremes. The team that's doing very well, Dominican Republic 4-0. The team that's struggling, Colombia 0-4. And then everybody else, I mean, it just appears to be pretty even. And again, China, I'll tell you, they're 2-3, and they're good. I mean, I think that just tells you about the competition. You know, again, that was a marvelous first match. between Slovenia and China. Against Slovenia winning that one. And it was 29-27, 26-24, so again, China played them tooth and nail, but Slovenia just getting some key points down the stretch. But in this first game, Brazil doing a good job against Slovenia, winning 25-16. So set number 2 coming up in just a moment or so as the two teams are huddling. So again at noon, I'm going to have the Dominican Republic-Colombia match, and then at 1, this Brazil team will take on China. Well, again, this long week will end tomorrow with some championship play. We'll be out here for it. Some of the American teams wrap up today, and they're going to be flying back to their respective destinations tomorrow, but I have a feeling there'll still be some American teams still playing. Again, in this facility at the Orange County Convention Center, about 159 volleyball courts, and then more over at Disney's Wide World of Sports. The other facility, a couple of field houses over there for the rest of this tournament. Again, 2,300 teams approximately, and over 23,000 athletes. So again, such a big boom to the Orlando economy. And again, the 23,000 athletes, those are just the players. And you talk about parents and relatives coming. So again, a big boom for Orlando, especially for the restaurants and the hotels. I'm sure Governor Rick Scott is happy about that. All right, here we go. So, what am I doing there? All right, here we go. As Brazil looking for the kill there, but good dig by Slovenia. Getting the kill is going to be 13. Luana Aguiar, so 1-0 in favor of Brazil. And serving for Brazil, number 4, Koana Locke. So Locke finished out the first set, and she's starting serving here in the second set as we got a point for Slovenia, so we're tied at 1. And serving for Slovenia, number 1, Kaja Keglovic. So Keglovic with a jump serve, got it over the net nicely. There's a set, and a point for Slovenia. So Slovenia with a 2-1 lead. Their last lead in that first set was 5-4, and that was it. Brazil tied it up at 5, and then slowly but surely they took over. And there's a kill for Brazil, 15, Elise Gadelia. So Gadelia with the kill. And we're tied at 2. Luana Gonçalves with a serve for Brazil. And a point for Brazil as the set was not properly executed by Slovenia. Now the libero for Brazil, number 2, Georgia Catani. So she is in the white jersey with a black number. Again, different from her teammates who are in blue. So Gonçalves to serve, and it's 3-2 Brazil. And there's a kill for Slovenia. So we're tied at 3. So here comes the serve. Nice save there as we got a new libero in for Brazil. We'll get that in a minute. And nice block there. That was 15 and 6 for Brazil. Natalia Montero and Elise Cadella. I'm saying those young ladies' names quite a bit. All right, for Brazil, okay, as I mentioned, Georgia Catani is their libero. And serving for Brazil, Natalia Montero. So 4-3 in favor of Brazil. We got a little bit of a delay. Not quite sure what the problem is. And of course, the interesting thing with these international matches is the language barrier taken care of. You know, do we have translators out here? Can the officials communicate effectively with the coaches who might or might not speak English? So that's always a concern. I mean, I'll tell you, we love having the international teams here. I'll tell you that they are so polite, and I'm not saying that sarcastically. The China team, very polite, and now the officials are going to commiserate about something. And the Slovenia coach was just a wonderful young lady. So I'll tell you, I think athletes can cooperate and get along. It's too bad that governments can't. They should take example from the players and the coaches. So again, we welcome all these teams here. We certainly hope they're having a great time in America, and of course we wish them safe travels going home. Well, again, this could be a language thing. I'm not sure. I mean, you got to communicate somehow. You know, it could be a lineup problem or an illegal substitution. I have no idea. Now the scores table trying to appease the Slovenian coach. Alexander Drosh is having a spirited discussion with the scorekeeper. You know, again, hopefully they are communicating with each other. That would be the first thing. And if they are communicating effectively, they seem to be disagreeing on what's going on. And Alexander Drosh is getting a little bit spirited here. So a bit of a delay here at SportsNetworkLive.com. You know, on court 42, we've got another international match going on. So again, I've had a great time. It's been a great 4 or 5 days for me. I want to thank my good friend Josh Bourne for running the show here, keeping a tight ship, always doing it with a smile. And of course, all the people behind the scenes, the camera people, the technicians, great job in bringing this event. So we hope you're enjoying the broadcast. It hasn't been perfect, but we do what we can with the technicalities, and we are still delayed here. So this delay is going on for about 3 or 4 minutes. And the two officials are going to communicate here. I mean, I've got to guess it was maybe an illegal substitution of something. I can't think of what else it could be, unless it was a disputed point. So hopefully we'll get along in a few minutes. I mean, this isn't good for the players. It's kind of like the rain delay in baseball. You know, you have a half-hour delay. The pitcher, you know, is going to be out of rhythm, and I see the players kind of jumping up and down, trying to keep loose. I mean, you get the adrenaline going, then all of a sudden you stop. You know, by the way, when they call timeouts, the timeouts are pretty quick. I mean, they're less than a minute. So the players get a little bit of a break, but they don't fall out of their rhythm. But this is a extended timeout and getting close to 5 minutes. And Alexander Drosh, one of the coaches for Slovenia, doesn't look very happy. And now, after all that, we're going to have a timeout. So hopefully whatever the matter is, it'll be straightened out. Mitinik Kozelji is also one of the coaches for Slovenia. Alexander Drosh, Anna Peknik, and Luka Likosnik for Slovenia. The Brazil head coaches, Anderson Rodriguez, the head coach, Plauto Machado is the assistant coach, and the lovely Marcela Leite, the team representative. Boy, she is a classy lady. I'll tell you, I think when Styx wrote that song Lady 25 or 30 years ago, they were thinking of Marcela Leite. Boy, what a sweetheart of a lady she is for Brazil, the team rep. Gives me a hug and just a pleasure to be around. Well, I hope that Milwaukee Sting coach is doing well. Coach Burr, she was wonderful to deal with. All right, here we go. So that was a good 5-7 minute delay. So Brazil with the serve. Here's a set. And a point for Brazil as it was hit into the net by Slovenia. So let me see if I can see the score. Can you see the score over there? Is that 5-3? 5-0. Wow. Okay, thank you. All right, that's a point for Slovenia. Okay, I'm not sure what's happened to the score, but it can't be 5-0. All right, well, I'll have to double check the score when I get a chance. All right, so Slovenia with a serve. And there's a kill for number 15 of Slovenia. That's Tonka Puchnik. So Puchnik with a kill. So did that really say 5-0? Yeah, but both teams have scored points. I think they've. They may not be aware of what. Oh, is that 5-2? Okay, thank you. 5-3. Okay, so it's 5-3 in favor of Brazil. All right, Brazil's got a new libero in. Georgia Catani was the libero, but Bruna Diaz is in. 5-3. Thank you. I'm glad you two are around to help me out. It's hard to see. All right, a point for Slovenia, so it's 5-4 now in favor of Brazil. And what the heck, we're going to have another timeout. So that's 2 timeouts in the last 5 minutes. So again, we had about a 5 or 6 minute delay. Coach Drosh of Slovenia was not a happy camper. And the officials are going to huddle during this timeout, make sure everybody's in sync. Well, again, that could be a language barrier, and I mean, that's difficult. I mean, you know, the AAU does a wonderful job at trying to put on this tournament. Again, 2,300 teams, 23,000 athletes, and let's see, what is it? The international group, I mean, there are only 7 teams, but again, Brazil, China, Colombia, Dominican Republic, Mexico, Puerto Rico, Slovenia. I mean, obviously, the language barrier is a challenge. I mean, you hope maybe you've got translators around who can help out. Of course, sign language is the universal language. If you have a sign language person, that probably does the trick. All right, here we go. So we got a good one here. Again, Brazil won the first set. Slovenia looking to tie it up, and there's a kill for number 1, Maria Barbara Schwarzer. And looks like it's 6-4 in favor of Brazil. All right, so Brazil serving. And this is Elise Gadella, who has certainly made her imprint on this match. And there's a kill for Slovenia. Let's see who that was, if she would turn around. Problem with Slovenia is they do not have the numbers on the front of their jerseys like Brazil does. So if they don't turn around, I can't see. But that was a kill for Slovenia. And it's 6-5 Brazil. So Slovenia with a little bit of a run here. If they can get the point here, they can tie it up. But Brazil with a point, and that's the kill by 13, Luana Aguiar. The 2 liberos continue to rotate for Brazil. Georgia Catani replaces Bruna Diaz. So number 2 comes in for number 3. And serving Luana Aguiar. Aguiar, nice serve, middle of the court deep. And there's a kill for 15. Tonka Puchnik, she has made her imprint on this match. And it's 8-5 Brazil. So Luana Aguiar will continue her run of serves. And she is a southpaw server, a left-handed server. Nice attempted kill there. Oh, Brazil keeping the ball alive. They've done that very well in this match so far. And that's a kill. That one was in. Number 13 for Slovenia. Aya Yarala. So Yarala with the kill. And it's 8-6 Brazil. Slovenia with a serve, and Yarala will do the honors. And oh, Yarala, boy, she made one good play there with a kill, and then she hits the serve into the net. So 9-6. Brazil with the lead on the serve, and this is Maria Barbara Schwarzer. So Schwarzer with the serve. Here's the set, and there's the kill. Kill by 15. Again, that's Tonka Puchnik. Off the setter, Kaya Keglevich. And it's now 9-7 Brazil. So we got another good one. Again, that first set was really close until about the midway point, and then Brazil was able to pull away for the 25-16 win. So waiting to serve is Slovenia. And there's a miss hit. And let's see, are they giving that to Brazil? Wow. A point for Brazil. Okay. And it's now 10-7. I'll have a traffic report here in a minute. Boy. It's kind of funny. You're broadcasting out here and people are just walking around right in front of you. It's like rush hour traffic on I-4. Not as bad as that Disney traffic, though, because we got a point for Brazil. Oh, boy, I'll tell you. Well, the traffic is clear now. So point for Brazil, and it's 11-7. Yeah, people are just walking by and waving and smiling. Seems like everybody's having a good time, and that's, you know, the bottom line is that's what we want to have done. You can't win every game, but you should try and have a good time. All right, here's Keone Locke for Brazil serving. And a kill there for Slovenia. Nice diving try there by Luana Aguiar. Brazil couldn't get it. So Slovenia with a point, and it's 11-8. Brazil with the lead as we have a wet spot on the floor being toweled up. And serving for Slovenia, that looks like number 1, Kaya Keglevich. I'll tell you, she's a good-looking setter. Does a good job. So Keglevich with a serve, and she is going to have a ace. So Keglevich with the ace, much needed. Cuts the deficit to 2 for Slovenia, 11-9. So Keglevich, you wouldn't mind duplicating that again. Gets the serve in. I'll tell you, it was a good one, but good return by Brazil. And a ball hit into the net by Natalia Montero, who's played a fabulous match, but not able to get that one up. So Slovenia with a nice run here. They have cut it to 1. They trail 11-10. And a nice run here serving-wise for Keglevich. And out she goes for the jump serve this time and hits it into the net. So that makes it 12-10. So Brazil with the serve, it's going to be Luana Gonçalves. So Gonçalves, bit of a jump serve to her, curves it in. And there's a kill for number 3 of Slovenia. That is Maja Košenina. So Koshanina with the kill. And the liberos continue to rotate for Brazil. Back in number 3, Bruna Diaz for number 2, Georgia Catani. So 12-11, Slovenia down by 1. They can tie it up here if they can get a point. Nice dig there by Keglevich. And there's a kill for Brazil, so they now have a 2-point lead. Luana Aguiar putting it away. So 13-11 for Brazil. Georgia Catani right back in. So again, Bruna Diaz, Georgia Catani, the rotating liberos for Brazil. And there's Montero with a ace. That was a beauty. And Brazil back up 14-11 as checking in for Brazil, number 16, Mariana Ferreira. And Natalia Montero, I think, gets her first break of the match. I think she's played every minute. Good-looking player. So here's Ferreira with the serve. Nice dig there by Slovenia. And there's the kill by number 3, Maya Koshanina. So Slovenia hanging in down 14-12. And here's a serve for Slovenia. Nice block, but Brazil's going to get the point. They blocked it. Slovenia did, but they blocked it out of bounds. So it's 15-12 Brazil. And serving is 15, Elise Gadella. And attempted kill denied. That was Yarala for Slovenia, but got blocked at the net. So Brazil with the point, and it's 16-12 Brazil. So starting to pull away a little bit, but don't give up at Slovenia. Very good club. Gadella with another serve for Brazil. And a kill for Slovenia. So Brazil trying to pull away. Slovenia saying, not so fast, my friend. We still got some volleyball back in us. All right, some substitutions being made. And let's see if I can get a view of the score here. Everybody's kind of in my way. Oh boy, I think it's 16-13 Brazil. Slovenia with the serve. Nice dig by Slovenia. That was a monster kill. And able to dig it out was Slovenia. And attempted kill goes wide for Slovenia, so Brazil with the point. And it's 17-13. That's a good football score. Not a bad volleyball score either. So Brazil up 17-13, and number 13, Luana Aguiar, with the left-handed serve. Nice dig by Slovenia. Nice return by Catani, or nice dig by Catani. Oh, it's going to be, look out. Oh, the Brazil player going all out. She's okay. Boy, a little bit of a swan dive there to the side. So Slovenia gets the point. And it's 17-14 Brazil. So Brazil in pretty good shape, but they haven't clinched anything yet. Slovenia continues to hang in. They have to have one more run in them to take this down the stretch and make it interesting. And there's a kill for Brazil. Danielle Pryor, her first kill of the match. In fact, our first look at Pryor, she checked in for the first time just recently. And we got Jessica de Oliveira. And so Brazil has changed up their lineup a little bit with Pryor and de Oliveira now serving. And there's a point for Slovenia. And it's now 18-15. So Slovenia will have a serve, and it'll be Tonka Puchnik with a serve. So we haven't seen her sister Lena Puchnik. I haven't seen her at all. So again, Tanya, I guess the star of the family, but that's the way it's gone there. And a nice block of the net for Brazil, and that makes it 19-15. And serving for Brazil, this will be our first serve of the match, Danielle Pryor. And Pryor, kind of a normal serve, no jump to it, but gets it over nicely. And Brazil with a point. I don't know if that was exactly a kill, but going up for it was Gonçalves of Brazil, and she ended the point. And we're going to have a timeout. Good timeout here, I think, for Slovenia, as they're falling a little bit farther behind. And I believe it's 20-16. I'm going to double check, folks. I'll be right back. All right, folks, it's actually 20-15 in favor of Brazil. Again, Brazil won the first set 25-16, so if they win this one, the match will be over. If Slovenia can come back, then obviously we'll have a third and final set, which would be up to 15 points. So Danielle Pryor to serve. She would like to keep a run of serves going here. Here's a set for Brazil, and it's going to be a Slovenia point. A nice diving attempt there for Brazil by Ferreira, but couldn't quite get it over. So Slovenia with a point, and they have to get a run of serves in here. They're down by 4, 20-16. They're going to have to run off a string here to try and prevent this match from getting away from them. And there's a kill for Brazil, number 8. Jessica de Oliveira, yes. A little tongue twister there. And for Brazil, Ana Paula Zandona is going to serve. So I'll tell you, Brazil has changed up their lineup a little bit the last few minutes. Slovenia really hasn't changed their lineup at all. And a point for Brazil. Well, I'll tell you, it makes it tough, even for as good of a club as Slovenia is, when you're Brazil and you're rotating different liberos in and you're rotating different players. I mean, that's a lot to analyze if you're Slovenia, because, I mean, obviously all these players have different talents and they do different things. All right, Zandona with a serve. Nice set there by Zandona and also Catani, and there's a point for Brazil. And it's now 23-16, so Brazil is 2 points away from closing out this match and improving the 4-1 in this tournament. And again, Slovenia had the nice win over China, but unless they can do something here, they will go to 1-1 in the day. So once again, this is Ana Paula Zandona with the serve. Nice block there by Brazil by 15 and 13. It's Aguiar and Gadella. And the ball goes out, and it's a Brazil point, and this is game point and match point for Brazil. And Zandona is going to try and end it here. You know, if you're Brazil, you don't want to give Slovenia any hope. So Zandona with the serve. Nice dig there by 8, De Oliveira. Here's Brazil with the set. And let's see. Oh, it's a Slovenia point. They stay alive. Just like that song from that movie, Staying Alive, John Travolta. And again, double checking the score. Well, it's out of my view, but again, this is game point. And Slovenia gets another point. They're not going away easy. Okay, it's 24-18. Can Slovenia keep this going? I mean, they're going to have to get at least 6 points in a row to forge the tie and extend this game past 25 points. But they can't have any missteps here. Nice dig there by De Oliveira. And let's see, what do we got? Well, we got an injury, but let's see who got the point. I'm not quite sure what's going on here, folks. It's a mystery theater. Where's Art Fleming? All right, well, I don't know if Slovenia got the point or not. It's still 24-18. All right, well, they're going to give Slovenia the ball. I don't think that point was awarded to anybody. That's a little weird. So it's a weird mystery theater. And Brazil, oh, it went out. That was an attempted kill by Aguiar that could have ended the match, but it went wide, so Slovenia gets another point, and it's 24-19. Well, they need 5 more in a row to forge the tie, and then they have a little bit of breathing room. But they need 5 in a row. Again, any misstep, and Brazil will win this one. And there's a kill for Slovenia, and it's 24-20. So that's 4 in a row. It was 24-16, Brazil. Now it's 24-20. Well, if you're Brazil, you're saying, you know, let's close this one out. I mean, this Slovenia club's pretty good. All right, Slovenia needs 4 more in a row to keep this going. Oh, my goodness. That is not the way to end the game for Slovenia. A missed serve. And that is it. Oh, that's just a very unfortunate way to end it. So Brazil hangs on for the 25-20 win. Oh, too bad for Slovenia. I tell you, they gave it a shot, kept it interesting, but Brazil beat Slovenia 25-16 and 25-20. So Brazil is 1-0 on the day, and Slovenia is 1-1. And overall, let's see, overall, Brazil is now 4-1 in the tournament, and Slovenia is 4-3. Well, I'll tell you what, some good international volleyball. I'll tell you, I'm really impressed with all these teams. So, again, let's go over the schedule, let you know what's coming up. If I can find my right piece of paper here. All right. Well, according to what I have, there is no There is no 11 o'clock game, which is probably good because it's now 11:30. Again, we've had 2 long international games here, and it's almost 11:30. So if there is no 11 o'clock game, this will put us back on track time-wise. And 32 minutes from now in the 12 noon game, it's going to be interesting contrast. Dominican Republic 4-0 coming into today, and Club Colombia 0-4. That Dominican Republic club sounds like they're really, really talented, and Colombia kind of struggling. So we'll have to see how that turns out. But we'll have that next in about 30 minutes here at sportsnetworklive.com. I'll tell you what, let's keep it out here. I'm going to see if I can get the coach on for Brazil.
On the clock, time and 9
My man, Dwayne Wade. You got this. You cool.
Cool like a penguin in a tank top.
Cool like a convertible with a snowplow.
Like a streaker at a hockey game.
Like a finger roll in February.
Cool like a Yeti eating frozen spaghetti.
The cool, crisp flavor of Gatorade Frost. Play cool.
Don't open that cellar door. Epic comeback starts right here. Lucky shot.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Oh, there it is. All right.
12.
Well, we're gonna do the noon to the 1, and that's it. That's the
Three of them out. Three of them out.
Yeah.
4, 5, and 6.
I gotta get out of there by 4. I'm gonna leave everything.
Some of them they don't know. It's going to be champions process of elimination. Well, they're not starting now. They got a long practice, right? They're going to be up here practicing for a while. They're not getting ready to start on it. Well, come over here and I'll show you where to find that little thing.
on the clock, tied at 9 o'clock.
My man, Dwayne Wade. You got this. You cool.
Cool like a penguin in a tank top.
Cool like a convertible with a snowplow.
Like a streaker at a hockey game.
Like a finger rolled in February.
Cool like a Yeti eating frozen spaghetti.
The cool, crisp flavor of Gatorade Frost. Play cool.
6 seconds on the clock, tied at 9 o'clock.
My man, Dwayne Wade. You got this. You cool.
Cool like a penguin in a tank top.
Cool like a convertible with a snowplow.
Like a streaker at a hockey game.
Like a finger rolled in February.
Cool like a Yeti eating frozen spaghetti.
The cool, crisp flavor of Gatorade Frost.
Don't open that cellar door. Epic comeback starts right here. Lucky shot.
Okay, volleyball fans, in about 4 minutes, it'll officially be good afternoon from the AAU Volleyball Championships here at the Orange County Convention Center in Orlando. JC Byrold's with you here at SportsNetworkLive.com. And coming up right now, it's another international match featuring Colombia and the Dominican Republic. And these two teams have had opposite fates so far. Dominican Republic is undefeated at 5-0, and Colombia is 0-5. So we'll have to see how Colombia does, whether they can stack up against this Dominican Republic team. Dominican Republic, their head coach is Rocha Pacheco Wagner. Assistant coaches are Ruben Andisen and Christian Cruz Zapata. Team representative Agripina Martinez. And for Colombia, head coach is Jorge Trujillo. Assistant coaches are Diego Calle and Fabio Marin. Assistant coach Johanna Ramirez. So I put a little Spanish twang to it. So both teams coming out to the court, getting organized, and again, best 2 out of 3 sets, up to 25 wins, unless of course we go to a third set, and then it would only be up to 15. So this Dominican Republic club, they are the cream of the crop so far. On the international level, they're the only undefeated team among the international teams. All right, here we go. Colombia is in the, as there's a kill by Martinez of the Dominican Republic. That's Natalia Martinez. So actually both teams are in white. The greenish part of the white uniforms, that's Colombia. As let's see, that'll be a point for the Dominican Republic. So both teams are in white. Again, Colombia's got kind of some green going down the sides of their uniforms. And the Dominican Republic, they're kind of like blue, I guess, on the sides of their uniforms. So on your TV screen, the Dominican Republic is serving, and that was Yocati Perez Flores with the serve. So already 2-0 for the Dominican Republic. Nice dig there by Colombia. And a point for the Dominican Republic, as Colombia went up for the kill, but they killed it out of bounds. So the Dominican Republic up 3-0, and once again serving Yocati Perez Flores. Nice dig there by Luisa Usuga. And Colombia gets a point. So it's they're not holding the score the way they did in the last match. I believe it's 3-1. So for Colombia, serving is Isabella Guzman. So Guzman with a serve, nice deep serve, middle of the court. And that kill went wide, so not a kill. Out of bounds, so Colombia gets another point. And it's 3-2. So served by Guzman. Nice dig by Colombia. And that one was in. Boy, I thought it was out. Now they're going to give it to Colombia. I could have sworn that one went out, but they're going to give it to Colombia. So Colombia 3 consecutive points, down 3-0, and they have tied it at 3. So Guzman to serve. And another point for Colombia. And they're up 4-3. So a nice run of serves here by Isabella Guzman. She hits it into the net. Just as I praise her, she sends it into the net. So point for the Dominican Republic. And serving is Natalia Martinez. And Martinez hits it into the net. Yeah, I was thinking I could do a Spanish broadcast, but I'm not quite fluent in Spanish. I could probably throw out a few zingers, but I don't think that would contribute much to the broadcast, so I'll just stay in English. And attempted kill there by Luna, denied. But as it turns out, Dominican Republic gets the point anyway. You know, in the last match, they had the score kind of tilted toward me, and I could see it. Now they have it facing away from me, so I'll have to get the official score when there's a timeout. And another point for the Dominican Republic. That was an ace for number 1, Gabriela Hernandez Jimenez. Son las 12 de la tarde. Buenas tardes, todos. And there's a kill for the Dominican Republic. That was Lisbeth Rosario Martinez. And Gabriela Hernandez Jimenez will continue to serve. So a 3-point run here for the Dominican Republic. And another point for the Dominican Republic, or La República de Dominico in español. Okay, Jimenez to serve. And there's a point for Colombia on the kill by 7. Mariana Aristizabal. Yeah, Gesundheit. All right, here's Colombia with the serve. And it will be my favorite player, Mariana Aristizabal. And a point for the Dominican Republic. I don't know if I'll send this broadcast to the Volleyball Hall of Fame, but I'll do the best I can. All right, serving for the DR, Maciel Matos Duran. And a kill. In Spanish, that would be mata. So una mata. And that was Luisa Usuga. Alexa Fitzgerald will serve for Colombia. So Colombia making a run. I think Dominican Republic's up by maybe 1. And there's a kill by number 4, Vieca Peralta Luna. And Peralta Luna is going to serve. So Luna with the serve. there's a set, and there's a kill. Oh, beautiful kill there by Geraldine Palacios. So Dominican Republic, I think, is up by 2. Again, I just can't quite see the score, folks. I apologize. All right, serving for Colombia is Luisa Usuga. And there's a kill for Colombia. But I'll tell you, this Colombia ball club, I'm shocked that they have not won a match yet. I mean, they're 0-5. They're not bad. And again, playing the Dominican Republic undefeated, so you just never know. You gotta play the match. So Suga will serve once again. And I think it might be tied up. Well, Suga misses a serve. I think Dominican Republic might be up by 1 now. All right, in for Colombia, number 13, Maria Hernandez. She is the libero. All right, serving for the Dominican Republic, Lisbeth Rosario Martinez. So Martinez with a serve, and she hits it long. So it's an exchange of serves hit out. And in for Colombia, number 10, Carolina Londano. And Londano is going to serve. I think it might be 10-9. Dominican Republic. I'm getting a little bit of a glance at the score. And there's a kill for the Dominican Republic. That was number 8, Natalia Martinez. And Maria Hernandez right back in. Boy, she checked out for a minute. Now she's back in for Colombia. All right, serving for the Dominican Republic, we've got Yocati Perez Flores. And that'll be a Brazil point. And looks like it's 11-9 Dominican Republic. Oh, nice keeping the ball alive for Brazil, but Colombia wins the point. The 2 liberos for Colombia are rotating. Sarah Silva replaces Maria Hernandez. Silva in the green jersey for Colombia, who's serving. And that, it's kept alive. Wow, what a job by the Dominican Republic. That should have been an ace. And the ball hit out. Wow, Dominican Republic gets the point. I'll tell you, if you talk about little momentum swings, that could be it right there. I mean, it looked like Colombia had the ace, and just give the Dominican Republic credit. They kept the point alive, and they end up winning the point. All right, for the Dominican Republic, Natalia Martinez will serve. Oh, nice dig by Colombia. And there's a kill for 13 for the Dominican Republic. That's Maciel Matos Duran. Well, I'll tell you, one distinguishing difference between these two teams, Dominican Republic, much taller at the net. Colombia does not have really any tall players. And that's nothing against them. They're just not very tall. But they're scrappy and they're good, and they get another point here. I mean, look, you're either tall or you're short or you're medium height. I mean, you can't really control it. That's just who you are. But yeah, you look at the Colombia front line. I mean, just not very tall. And you look at the Dominican Republic. I mean, they've got actually three really tall young ladies. And at the net, it definitely pays to be tall. And there's a kill by Vieca Peralta Luna. So let's see if I can get a glance of the score. Oh, you know what? They kind of moved it back again from where it was, and I can't see it. So here's a serve for the Dominican Republic. And a point for Colombia. Hey, can you look at the score there and tell me what it is? Thanks. I'm going to ask one of the players here from another team to get the score for me. You know, in the last match they kind of faced it more this way. Now they're going more that way, and I can't see it. So it's 13 to something. All right, thank you. And there's a point for the Dominican Republic. Had a very nice young lady who was trying to check into the score, and she couldn't see the other part of the score. But we'll get it in a few minutes. Dominican Republic's probably up by about 2 or 3. And serving's going to be Maciel Matos Duran. And there's a block of it. I'll tell you, in volleyball and in basketball, it really helps if you have tall players. If you don't, it's really kind of hard to make up for it. And we got a timeout, and I'm going to get an update on the score, folks. I'll be right back.
Don't open that cellar door. Epic comeback starts right here. Lucky shot.
All right, folks, welcome back. Again, you are watching the Dominican Republic against Colombia. I double-checked the score, and Dominican Republic, as I suspected, pulling away. They're up 18-13. And Colombia comes back with a point. I'll tell you, they're not giving in. What a nice club they are. It's now 18-14. And I'll tell you, they kept it close for much of this first set. The Dominican Republic pulling away, but Colombia not done yet. Down by 4. They have to get a little run going here so that the Dominican Republic doesn't end this match very soon. All right, there was a kill attempt by Luna, denied. Nice rally here by Colombia. And there's a kill by Martinez of the Dominican Republic. And that makes it 19-14. So Dominican Republic pulling away a little bit. They have 6 points to get to 25. Vieca Peralta Luna with a serve. And there's a kill for number 15, Julissa Navarro Peña. And it's now 20-14 for the Dominican Republic. So here's the serve. And that's a ace. So 21-14 for the Dominican Republic. And continuing to serve is Vieca Peralta Luna. So Colombia in a little bit of trouble here, trying to come back in this first set. And there's a point for Dominican Republic. It's now 22-14. And a timeout for Colombia. Again, hopefully Colombia will come back next year to this tournament, and I assume it's probably going to be here. I'll tell you, this is a wonderful venue. I mean, where else could you hold it, really? Again, this is about 4 football fields long, this Orange County Convention Center. again, about 2,300 teams and 23,000 athletes. And of course, the other venue over at the Disney Wide World of Sports, the two field houses over there. So why not come back to Orlando? But I hope that Columbia comes back next year, and I hope they can get some taller players. I mean, it's not bad to be short or anything, but around the net, boy, that height really helps you. So 22-14 coming off the Columbia timeout, and that's going to be an ace for Vieca Peralta Luna. 23-14, and Columbia in a whole lot of trouble here. Short serve. That kind of caught Columbia off guard. Oh, they get the point, though. Number 16, Geraldine Palacios. I'll tell you, Palacios is pretty tall. I mean, she is really the only tall one out there. Now, the other one, Usuga, is serving. So, yeah, Palacios can get up in the air a little bit. And there's a kill for Columbia. Not going away easily here, 23-16. Yeah, I mean, if you're the Dominican Republic, you're trying to hit the ball away from Palacios, who is fairly tall. You want to hit it toward the players who aren't as tall, and you get easier kills. Nice dig by Columbia. And there's a kill for Columbia. That's 3 points in a row. Hey, don't sell this team short at all. 23-17. They still have some more work to do, but they are not giving up. So a nice run of serves here. 3 in a row for Luisa Usuga. Can she keep it going? Can she get some powerful serves here and knock the Dominican Republic off balance? That was a good serve. Dominican Republic barely got it back. Now we got a free ball. And hit into the net by Columbia. That's a Dominican Republic point. And actually, that's okay. It's 24-17. Thought that was the end of the game. It couldn't have been. All right, Dominican Republic serving. It's 19. Lisbeth Rosario Martinez, and this is game point. And Columbia hits it into the net. That was Laura Calle, and that'll do it for set number 1. So 25-17, the final score in set 1 is the Dominican Republic wins the first set. So set number 2 coming up in just a few minutes. But I'll tell you what, Columbia, wow, you got to give them credit. They did not fold. They really tried. But they're definitely at a disadvantage, not having really nobody except maybe 2 players who you would consider tall at the net. I mean, in basketball, being tall definitely helps when you're trying to rebound, and in volleyball, I mean, you prefer your players to be tall at the net, and sometimes you just don't have enough tall players. So again, the Dominican Republic beats Columbia 25-17. So set number 2 coming up. A reminder: after this game, we'll have one more audio cast. Brazil will play China. That should be a good one. Again, Brazil, very impressive win in their earlier match today, as they defeated a very good Slovenia club. Well, I'll tell you, I've had a fun week here at Network Sports Live or SportsNetworkLive.com. And again, we will conclude play tomorrow. Some teams are wrapping up today, and again, they're going to fly back to their respective destinations, and we wish everybody safe travels back home, wherever that might be. But we will have some more action here tomorrow, and then tomorrow is the last day, and then the people who work here at the Orange County Convention Center, no doubt, they're going to be taking down a whole bunch of volleyball nets and a whole lot of flooring. I'll tell you, it's probably going to take a day or 2 to get everything back to how this facility usually looks. I remember, I think it was about 11 years ago, I came up here for a job teaching fair. I remember coming into this building, and there's just wall-to-wall tables of different schools and different educators. Orange County School District is huge. They would probably need a room like this to figure out logistics and have enough room to interview people. Alright, we're about ready for set number 2. Again, 25-17, the Dominican Republic defeats Colombia in set 1. Both teams switch sides of the court. Well, it's good to sit down for a few minutes. Again, I really have to stand up here to be able to see everything that I want to see. So again, on your TV screen, right to left, on the right is Colombia. Again, they're in white with a sprinkling of green on the sides of their uniforms. And then to your left, also in white, the Dominican Republic. And again, they have different colors. Kind of a black stripe going down the sides of the uniform. So, set number 2. And there's a kill for Colombia. They get the point. That was Alexa Fitzgerald, so 1-0 in favor of Colombia. And here's the serve. And there's a kill for the Dominican Republic, so we're tied at 1. And serving for the Dominican Republic is going to be number 4, Vieca Peralta Luna. Although her name says Ferreras on the back of her uniform. So that's interesting. And there's the whiff on the kill by Geraldine Palacios of Colombia. Boy, she totally whiffed at that. That'll happen occasionally. So 2-1 in favor of the Dominican Republic. And Luna with another serve. And a miss hit for Colombia, so that's a Dominican Republic point. They're up 3-1. So Luna with another serve, or again, part of her name might be Ferreras. And there's a kill for Colombia. They get the point, and it's 3-2 Dominican Republic. Colombia will serve. And serving is number 4, Laura Calle. And there's a kill. Boy, that was quite a kill by Madeline Guillen Paredes. So 4-2 Dominican Republic. And serving is Gabriela Hernandez Jimenez. And that'll be a service winner for the Dominican Republic. They're up 5-2. So once again, Gabriela Hernandez Jimenez will serve. Now, she's got the name Martinez in the back of her jersey, so who knows what's going on. And there's a kill for Colombia. The ball went out, but it was actually deflected out by the Dominican Republic, so give Colombia the kill, and serving for Colombia will be number 10, Carolina Londano. So it's 5-3 Dominican Republic. And there's a kill for number 4, Vieca Peralta Luna. So 6-3 Dominican Republic. And serving will be Maciel Matos Duran. And she's got the name Matos on the back of her jersey rather than Duran. And there's a kill for number 2, Madeline Guillen Paredes. So 7-3 Dominican Republic. And Matos will serve for the DR. there's a point for Dominican Republic. They're now up 8-3. Again, I will double check the score during the timeout, but I believe that's correct. And once again, Matos to serve for the Dominican Republic as they're starting to pull away, just like they did in set number 1. And that is an ace for Matos. That ball is awfully close. They're trying to retrieve the ball. Who knows how far that ball traveled? Well, I'll tell you, that ball looked like it traveled about 2 volleyball courts behind the bench. So they're trying to retrieve that volleyball. Now, I would assume they would, like in soccer, they'd have some spare volleyballs here, but now they get it back. All right, so 9-3, Dominican Republic. And there's a kill for Colombia. Nicely done there, number 7. Mariana Aristizabal. So Mariana with a nice kill there, and it's 9-4, Dominican Republic. And serving for Colombia, number 3, Alexa Fitzgerald. Julissa Navarro Pena back in for the Dominican Republic. All right, there's the serve coming up by Fitzgerald. So Fitzgerald, very low serve, but got it over the net. And there's a kill for Dominican Republic, Julissa Navarro Pena. And serving for the Dominican Republic will be number 2, Madeline Guillen Paredes, although the name on the back of her jersey says Beriguete. And there's a kill for number 7 again. That's 2 kills in a row, Mariana Aristizabal. So another serve here for Luis Osuga. All right, thank you. And one of the fans taking my picture. I appreciate that. Are you listening to the broadcast?
No, I wish I could.
Oh.
Is it webcast?
Well, it's Sports Network Live. Yeah. Okay, all right. And there's a point for Colombia. Hey, they're making this interesting. Let's see if I can double check the score here. How far can I go here? Well, it's hard to see. I'll have to double check it during the timeout. Colombia making a little bit of a run. You know, it was 9-4. I think they've gotten a little bit closer than that. All right, serving for Colombia, number 15, Violeta Carmona. And there's, a missed kill there. That was 15. Julissa Navarro Pena, but she hit it long, so Colombia with a point. And serving once again, Violeta Carmona. She served into the net. Boy, I tell you, if you're Colombia, I mean, you don't have much height. You're not going to get a terrible amount of kills. You've got to make your serves. You really can't miss any serves. And I mean, it'd be a good server. I mean, it probably helps to be tall, but I don't think it's totally necessary. But when you don't have the height at the net, and you're not going to get many kills, you've got to get your serves in. And there's a kill for number 4 for Colombia. That's Laura Calle. And again, not quite sure what the score is. I would say the Dominican Republic is probably up by about 3. Oh, there's a ace. And that was Isabella Guzman. So another serve here for Guzman. She hits it into the net. Again, you can't afford that if you're Colombia. So Dominican Republic with an easy point there. All right, for the Dominican Republic, Vieca Peralta Luna will serve, even though her name says Ferreras on the back of her jersey. Well, again, in some of the Spanish countries, their names do tend to be long. a long rally here. Oh, there's a monster kill. Take that, says Madeline Guillen Paredes. You can ask this gentleman here for help in getting to that website if you
Got
want.
to the website.
Oh, you did?
I can't get the live stream going though.
Really? Why don't you ask him? Yeah, he's a good man to talk to. All right, I'm trying to help a fan here. He wants to listen to my commentary. I don't know why. I think he should have his head examined. All right, I'll be right back, folks. I'm going to double check the scores. We do have a timeout on the floor. All right, folks, it's 15-9 in favor of the Dominican Republic. And again, I try and keep a tally of the score, but you know, sometimes it's kind of hard to do a one-person broadcast. Nice dig there by the Dominican Republic. And there's a point for Colombia. So it's now 15-10. Dominican Republic up by 5, but again, no quit in this Colombia team, despite a lack of height. Here's Laura Calle to serve. Substitution in for Dominican Republic. Gerlini Mercedes Rodon Gonzalez checks in. And I'll tell you, nice block attempt by Fitzgerald, but getting the kill there for the Dominican Republic was Paredes. All right, here is Gabriela Hernandez Jimenez Martinez serving for the DR. It's 16-10, and actually now it's 17-10. So Colombia was able to get it down to 5, and now it's back up to 7. So they've got to try and hang in here. And this Dominican Republic club, very tall, very talented. Tough to deal with. I mean, they're a good club, and I'll tell you, Colombia is not bad at all. I'm shocked that they're winless. I mean, they've got some good players, but again, the liability is they just don't have the height at the net. I mean, I look at their lineup right now. They've got one tall girl who's at the net. Everybody else just not very tall. All right, here's the serve. And that's a kill. Evidently it was in. All right, so a point for Colombia. And the score should be 17-11. And let's see, serving for Colombia is going to be number 10, Carolina Londano. So Londano with a serve. Tapped over the net, defended by Colombia. And that's 2 hits. So who gets that point? Okay, Dominican Republic with a point. It's 18-11. So Dominican Republic 7 points away from closing out this one and remaining undefeated in this tournament. Hinojosa with a serve. Nice kill attempt, but denied. That was Mariana Arizabal, but she killed it right into her own net, and it's now 19-11. So once again, the Dominican Republic starting to pull away. Hinojosa to serve. And there's a kill for Colombia. They're trying to hang in there. 19-12, Dominican Republic. So serving is number 3, Alexa Fitzgerald. You know, Alexa, she just has to get the serve in. I mean, it's nice to have the jump serve and the fancy serve and the hard serve. You just have to get it in, though. Even if it's a soft serve, just get it in. And, oh, she does. It hit the top of the net, fell on the other side. That's a ace. So, 19-13. Now, you could do that again, and it might fall on your side, and then it's not a good serve. All right, this serve a little bit better. Clearly clears the net. Oh, there's a kill. Nobody could get to that one. That was Madeline Guillen Paredes with a kill for the Dominican Republic, and Paredes is going to serve, and I've got the score 20-13 Dominican Republic. I'm pretty sure that's right. Certainly close. And oh, there's a kill for Colombia, number 9. Luisa Usuga with the kill. So 20-14. And they retrieve the loose ball. And serving is going to be number 9, Luisa Usuga. And Usuga, oh, she hit the top of the net, went over. And boy, Colombia gets the point. I tell you, sometimes the volleyball gods are with you, and sometimes they're not. That hit the top of the net, fell over, and Dominican Republic actually returned it, but Colombia got the point. Sometimes better to be lucky than good. So 20-15, Dominican Republic, and there's a kill for the Dominican Republic. That's number 9, Camila de la Rosa Herrera Hinojosa. And serving for the Dominican Republic, Lisbeth Rosario Martinez Rosario. And there's a kill for Colombia. So I've got the score at 21-16. If that's not correct, it's pretty close. Again, the score out of my view, folks. I apologize. So Colombia to serve. Again, they can't afford too many missteps here if they want to try and come back here. And there's a kill for the Dominican Republic. That was kind of a combined kill by Jimenez and by Pena. So I've got it at 22-16 Dominican Republic, as Toribio is going to serve for the DR. And there's a kill, but it goes wide. So Colombia gets the point. And I think the score is 22-17. Again, I can't quite see it. Here's the serve, and oh, it's hit into the net. Boy, again, if you're Colombia, you cannot miss serves. And that was Isabella Guzman. So 23-17. Dominican Republic just 2 points away from closing this out. Gonzalez to serve. Here's the set. There's the attempted kill. And it comes right back to Dominican Republic. Boy, Colombia getting the kill there. So 23-18 is the score I have. So here's the serve by Laura Calle. And there's a kill for the Dominican Republic. Boy, that ball goes way, way out of bounds. Right toward the Colombia bench. All right, this should be game point. I've got it at 24-18 Dominican Republic, so I believe they're 1 point away from ending this. So Martinez to serve for the Dominican Republic. Free ball going on. Colombia trying to control it. And it's all kept alive by Colombia. I thought Dominican Republic had the kill. And there's a kill attempt. Boy, what a dig that was. Wow. That was Hernandez. An incredible dig. And the point goes on. Boy, this Columbia club, I'll tell you what. They're the best winless team I've ever seen. And Dominican Republic gets the point, and that's the match. But I'll tell you what. A lot of admiration for that Columbia club. Man, they play hard. And they play tough. And they don't care what the score is. They just play every point really hard. So I'll tell you, I'm going to go over and talk to the coach and say, "Wow, I like the way your team plays." They remain winless in this tournament, but boy, I'll tell you what, they're not bad at all. If they get some height and they come back here next year, they can be really good. But that's the missing element. There's always some element that you're missing in some sport that prevents you from getting to that next level. And for this team, it's just getting more height at the net. I'll tell you, they do everything else pretty well. I'll tell you, they dig very well. There was that one point late where they were digging. I thought the match was going to be over. And the young lady, I forgot her name. I think it was Maria Hernandez, the libero, dug a ball that should not have been dug. It should have been a spike and a kill. Well, anyway, that'll do it. And the final, I believe, was 25-19 in that second set. All right, I'm J.C. Meyerholtz. That's going to wrap it up for about 20 minutes. One more game coming up. Again, this is International Day here at SportsNetworkLive.com. I mean, we got other American matches going on, but as far as us, courts 41 and 42, it's all international today. And one more international matchup coming. Brazil and China at 1 o'clock. So that's about 19 minutes away. So I'm going to take a quick break, and we'll be back. This is SportsNetworkLive.com's continuing coverage of the 43rd annual AAU Girls Junior National Volleyball Championships here in Orlando, Florida.
My man, Dwayne Wade. You got this. You cool.
Cool like a penguin in a tank top.
Cool like a convertible with a snowplow.
Like a streaker at a hockey game.
Like a finger rolled in Tupperware.
Cool like a Yeti eating frozen spaghetti.
The cool, crisp flavor of Gatorade Frost. Play cool.
Don't open that cellar door. Epic comeback starts right here. Lucky shot. Don't open that cellar door. Epic comeback starts right here. Lucky shot.
clock time at 9 o'clock.
My man, Dwayne Wade. You got this. You cool?
Cool like a penguin in a tank top.
Cool like a convertible with a snowplow.
Like a streaker at a hockey game.
Like a finger rolled in February.
Cool like a Yeti eating frozen spaghetti.
The cool, crisp flavor of Gatorade Frost. Play cool. My man, Dwayne Wade. You got this. You cool?
Cool like a penguin in a tank top.
Cool like a convertible with a snowplow.
Like a streaker at a hockey game.
Like a finger rolled in February.
Cool like a Yeti eating frozen spaghetti.
The cool, crisp flavor of Gatorade Frost. Play cool.
Don't open that cellar door. Epic comeback starts right here. Lucky shot.
Well, once again, everyone, good afternoon. I'm JC Meyerholtz, and we are back at the 43rd AAU Girls Junior National Volleyball Championships, again at Orlando, Florida. We're coming to you from this huge facility known as the Orange County Convention Center, where, again, there are about 159 volleyball courts in this big old room. Quick hands. Just caught a volleyball that was coming to me. Well, you remember that? You remember the... what was it, the Tom Cruise movie, Top Gun? Remember that song, Kenny Loggins, Danger Zone? Man, I'll tell you what, I'm in kind of the danger zone here because I'm in back of 2 volleyball courts, and a volleyball just came flying at me. Fortunately, I saw it and I grabbed it in the air. But anyway, this is a huge facility. Again, about 4 football fields, 159 volleyball courts, and again, you need a facility this big, and also the one over at Disney's Wide World of Sports. 2 field houses over there full of volleyball courts. And again, 2,300 teams approximately, and approximately 23,000 athletes, give or take 100. And we're just about done with this tournament. Again, we're going to be out here tomorrow. Things are going to wrap up sometime in the afternoon. So we'll be going into the evening here. I won't be, but I mean, streaming video continuously here at sportsnetworklive.com. Well, anyway, my final game of the day is going to be Brazil against China. And Brazil's 4-1. They've had a nice day. Their only loss was to the Dominican Republic. They're the team that's the only one that's undefeated in this pool. Again, the Dominican Republic just defeated Colombia, a game that I called here at sportsnetworklive.com just a few minutes ago. But as far as Brazil, they lost to the Dominican Republic yesterday in 2 sets. Otherwise, they've been all winners. They've beaten Colombia, Puerto Rico, Baja California, and then this morning they defeated Slovenia 25-16 and 25-20. So again, a good representation for Club Brazil as they come in with a record again of 4-1. And for China, not as good, but I mean, they've had some good things going on in this tournament. They're 2-3. In fact, they start off 2-0. They beat Club Baja in 3 sets. They defeated Colombia in 3 sets. And then they ran into some problems. One of those is the Dominican Republic, who's defeated everybody so far in this tournament. Puerto Rico defeated China. And then this morning, Slovenia got China 29-27 and 26-24. And I'll tell you, that was a heck of a match. 2 really good clubs. I mean, China could have won either of those 2 sets. But Slovenia just came through at the end. And again, those sets kind of went in overtime. Again, you play up to 25, but you got to win by a margin of 2. Well, those 2 teams kept playing, and again, 29-27 and 26-24 were the final scores of those 2 sets. So again, China, you know, they're 2-3, but they're a very good 2-3 club. So today, that's going to wrap it up for Brazil and China. They're going to square off with each other and then be off, and they'll be coming back here tomorrow for some more action. Well, again, for Brazil, Anderson Rodriguez, the head coach. Assistant coach is Plauto Machado. And then the very beautiful and very classy Marcela Leite, who is just a wonderful, wonderful woman. Boy, I'll tell you what. She should carry the torch for how a lady should act. What a classy lady she is, Marcela Leite. She's the team representative. I'll tell you what. I don't think there's any better team representative in the whole wide world than Marcela Leite. Just a fabulous person. I'm going to miss her. She's going to head back to Brazil. So anyway, Brazil doing very well, and then for China, and you know, I'm going to have some challenges with their names. Their head coach is Xunseng Liang, and assistant coaches are Li Wei Dong and Yukai Zhang. Team rep is Dawei Shen. And again, the names will be a challenge. I'll do the best I can. By the way, do you know what time it is in China right now? It is 1:07 a.m. So it's overnight in China right now. And you know what? In Brazil, it's only 1 hour ahead of us. It's actually 2:07 in the afternoon. So that tells you how far away Brazil and China are from each other. So, well, both teams appear to be done with their warm-ups, so we'll be underway here in just a few minutes. But again, streaming live here all day on courts 41 and 42 here at the Orange County Convention Center. And again, back here tomorrow as well. We're going to have AAU basketball coming up in about 2.5 weeks. In fact, actually, 2 weeks from tomorrow will be the actual, or actually 2 weeks from Monday will be the actual start of the AAU Boys Basketball Championships. That's a 5th grade level that's hosted down in Melbourne, which is where I hang my hat. So that's in Brevard County, Florida, in Melbourne, Vieira High School. This is my first year doing volleyball. This will be about my 6th or 7th year doing AAU basketball. So I'm looking forward to that. So some more AAU happenings in the next couple of weeks with boys basketball. And like this, it'll be about a week-long event. And that'll be a little easier. You know, basketball side to side, there's really not much to it. I'll tell you, volleyball, it's I've really grown to love this sport, but as far as announcing it, it is a challenge for me. I mean, I like the challenge. I do what I can, but it can be tough. And again, with the international flavor, you know, hoping that I'm coming at least somewhat close to announcing the name somewhat accurately. That is a challenge. Now, the Brazilian names aren't too bad. I mean, they're, you know, Spanish, Portuguese, you know, more up my alley. You know, the Chinese names, those will be a little bit more of a challenge. Now, I will tell you this. I went to Stetson here in Florida for a couple of years. Then I transferred to the University of Central Florida, but I took my tape recorder out to the Edmonds Center where Stetson plays his basketball games, and I actually did a game when they were playing an exhibition against the Republic of China. So that legendary broadcast will never make the Hall of Fame, but you know, I did pretty well with the Chinese names, but that was a challenge. So another challenge awaits me here, but I want to tell you this again. You know, I mentioned Marcelo Leite, the team representative for Brazil, very classy. Head coach Anderson Rodriguez, very classy. I'll tell you, the China coaching staff, now they don't really understand English that well. They don't speak the language that well. They kind of knew what I wanted as far as name pronunciation, so they worked with me. But you know, just nice people. You know, again, if governments could get along as well as athletes and coaches could get along, it'd be a much better world. You know, there's always going to be a little friction between America and China and trade policies, but I'll tell you what, athletically, there shouldn't be anything like that. I mean, the Chinese coaching staff, just great gentlemen, smiling, laughing, trying to help me out. So I've had a good time. I'm going to miss this place. Hopefully I'll be back next year. All right, both teams coming out to the courts, so we're about to get this one underway. Again, China, they're going to be in the white uniforms with the red shorts. Kind of the snazzy look. I like their uniforms. And Brazil, they're going to remain as they have today, earlier against Slovenia. They're going to be in their blue outfits. Again, I'm going to stand up about 2 or 3 feet from my table so I can get a good view of this one, as the Brazilian players like to stand right in front of me. I don't think they're probably aware of what I'm doing, but I'm going to stand up for this one, and here we go. It's going to be China serving first, and it's number 9, Don Shu. So here we go. Again, best 2 out of 3 sets, first to 25 wins, and you got to win by a margin of 2. Nice attempted kill there by Soon, but returned. And there's a kill, and getting it was Wen Ting Soon. So Club China is up 1-0. So serving once again is going to be Lee. And there's a kill for Brazil. Number 15. Number 15, Elise Gadelia with the kill. So we're tied at 1. And serving for Brazil, number 6, Natalia Montero. And there's a kill for Brazil, number 1, Maria Barbara Schwarzer. So 2-1 Brazil. And Natalia Montero will continue to serve. So again, Brazil in the blue and China in the white. Again, China 2-3 so far in this tournament. And again, Brazil with their win today over Slovenia, improving to 4-1. Again, their only loss to the Dominican Republic, who remains undefeated. Brazil, nice run down to the ball there, but then they hit it into the net. But that was a good effort. So China with a point, and we are tied at 2. And for China, it's going to be Wang Ting Soon to serve. So Soon sends it right in the middle of the court. And there's a kill, nose out. Attempted kill. I think number 1, Maria Barbara Schwarzer, thought it might have been in. But the official says nose out, so that's a point for China. And China leads 3-2, so Soon with another serve. And that kill was out. That was Luana Aguiar, nice stroke, but hit it long, so China with another point, and they're up 4-2. So Soon with another serve. And she got the ace, so 5-2 China. So China now on a 4-point run. Brazil had a 2-1 lead and 4 points in a row for China. So Soon with another serve. Nice dive there, and there's the spike. There's the kill by Elise Gadella. So Brazil with a point, they trail 5-3, and Elise Gadella will serve. And Gadella with the jump serve deep in the court. And there's a kill by number 11. And that's Bo Wen Zhou. Hopefully I come close to that. And serving is Longsu Lee. So Lee with the serve. And there's a kill. Did it get deflected? No, it did not. China's going to get the point. So it went long. Well, I'll tell you, that's about the 3rd kill that's gone long for Brazil. I mean, pretty good form, but they just hit it too long. So 6-3 in favor of China. And play at the net. What did they decide? It's going to be Brazil's point. Boy, China was celebrating, thinking they had won the point. Well, you should never celebrate too soon. It could be a real downer if it's determined that you did not get the point. So 6-4 in favor of China. Brazil with a serve. And the kill by number 5 for Brazil. That's Danielle Pryor. So 6-5 in favor of China. So a couple of points in a row for Brazil. They cut it to 1, and Luana Aguiar will serve. Nice dig there by Brazil. That was a powerful kill attempt by China. So China setting it up. And there's a kill. That looked like number 3, Wen Ting Soon. So China with a point, and they lead 7-5. And Zitong or Shotiong Lee will serve. Nice block by Brazil. And let's see, that's a kill for Brazil. Nicely done. That was number 1, Maria Barbara Schwarzer, and Schwarzer is going to serve. And Brazil cuts it to 7-6. So Schwarzer to serve. And a nice kill. She's had a few of them already. Wen Ting Soon. So the score should be 8-6 China. Again, the score is out of my view. I'll double check it during the first time out, but I think I've kept up pretty well. And here's a serve, and that's a ace. And that was by Bo Wen Zhou. And we got a timeout. Oh, jeez. And folks, I'm going to double check the score. I'll be right back.
My man, Dwayne Wade. You got this. You cool.
Cool like a penguin in a tank top.
Cool like a convertible with a snowplow.
Like a streaker at a hockey game.
Like a finger rolled in pepperware.
Cool like a Yeti eating frozen spaghetti.
Well, folks, I was pretty close to the score, but I got to do better. I had it as 10-6 China. I had it as 8-6 China, and it's actually 10-6. And here we go. So 10-6 in favor of China. And it's going to be 11-6. There's another kill, and that was, once again, Wen Ting Soon. So 11-6 China. They will continue to serve. And serving, again, number 11 is Bo Wen Zhou. And that kill attempt was out. That was Soon again for China, but she hit it wide, so Brazil point. And that cuts the deficit to 11-7. Brazil serving down by 4. And serving is Danielle Pryor for Brazil. And Danielle hits into the net. Boy, again, when you're trailing midway through a volleyball match, that is something you really, really can't afford. That makes it 12-7 China. I mean, not only do you lose the point, but obviously you give the serve back to your opponent. It's kind of like a double dose of bad stuff. And there's a kill for Brazil. Nicely done by Natalia Montero. She has had a bunch of kills in this tournament. I've seen Brazil already on about 3 or 4 occasions. Montero is definitely one of their big outside hitters. All right, here is Isadora Nicolai to serve for Brazil. Brazil down 12-8. And there's a kill for China. That makes it 13-8. So China with a serve, and that's number 6, Meng Li. So Li with a serve. A little bit of scrambling done by Brazil. Free ball. And there's a kill. And once again, Wen Ting Soon. She definitely leads her team in kills in this game. So 14-8 in favor of China. And once again, Meg Lee to serve. And there's a kill for Brazil, number 15, Elise Gadelia. And Natalia Montero is going to serve. And again, I'll double check the score when I get a chance, but I got it 14-9. Oh, you know what? I can see the score now. It is 14-9. I had it right. 14-9 China. And there's an ace for Brazil by Montero, 14-10. China up. Well, Montero would like to continue a good run of serves here to try and get Brazil even in the next few minutes. Nice block at the net by Brazil. China keeps the ball going. Nice battle at the net and a double hit by China, so Brazil gets the point. So that's 3 in a row for Brazil, from 14-8 down to 14-11, and Montero will continue to serve. And Montero, nice jump serve, middle of the court and deep. Oh, nice dive there by Brazil to keep that ball alive. That was Luana Aguiar. And kill attempt. China able to get to it. Nice dig. That was a beautiful reverse set, but China able to get it. And what do we got? Kill for China. That makes it 15-11. Let me just double check. Yeah, 15-11. So China with the serve, and it's 3. Wen Ting-soon, who's certainly been the star of this game for China as far as number of kills. That is a miss hit. Out of bounds by Brazil, so China gets the point, and they now lead it 16-11. Sorry. So China with the serve, they're attempting to pull away here. And soon with a nice serve, that barely made it over the net, and there was a line drive. There's a kill by Brazil, 15. Elise Gadella, who's had her share of kills in this tournament, and in this match as well. And Gadella is going to back up to the serving line. So 16-12, I can tell you as the scores. I can see the score flip cards now. Nice dig there by Brazil, by Montero. Nice block of the net by Brazil. Wow, China kept it alive. Boy, a serious exchange of hits there, and China wins the point. Wow. That was one of the better points of the match. China wins it, and they're up 17-12, and Long Soo Lee serving for China. And oh, nice return there by China into open space. There were no blue shirts to be had, and we got a timeout. All right, I'm going to double check the score, folks. I'll be right back. I'm going to give you my guess here that it's 18-12 China. I'll be right back. Well, folks, I'd rather be right than good. It is 18-12 China here in set number 1 of this international match. Again, JC Miles with you, 43rd AAU Girls Junior National Volleyball Championships. Again, these timeouts are really quick. We're right back in action, and Long Soo Lee is going to serve for And here we go. So can Brazil run off some points here? Well, that's a good start for them. That's a kill for 13. Luana Aguiar, so 18-13. And Luana Aguiar is going to serve for Brazil. So they need about 3 or 4 in a row here to get close to even. And Aguiar with a serve, but it goes wide. It was not tipped, so China with a point, and it's now 19-13. So China will serve, and it's number 10, Xiaotong Li. There, I said it. I guess I'll stick to it. And there's a kill. A kill for Brazil. That was number 1, Maria Barber Schwarzer. So 19-14 in favor of China. And serving for Brazil, number 9, Ana Paula Zandona. And Zandona, nice high serve, deep. Oh, it went too deep. It went out. So that's a point for China, and it's now 20-14. I mean, that was really a pretty good serve, but you know what? You got to take a little bit off it. You can't hit it long. You know, sometimes serving is not as easy as you think. Well, just get it in. Well, yeah, just get it in. You want to get a little power, a little spin on it. And usually you like to get it deep. And, oh, there was a attempted kill. Can't believe China got that ball back. That was Nikolai, who she probably thought she had a kill, and now Brazil does get a kill later on. That was a nice dig there by China to keep that point going a little bit longer. All right, China up by 5, 20-15, and serving for Brazil, number 16, Mariana Ferreira. Well, again, if you're Brazil, you can't miss a serve here. And just I say that, Ferreira misses one. Didn't get it over the net, so that makes it 21-15 China. And again, not only puts China 4 points away, but again, you give China the serve back. And serving is number 9, Dan Shu. There's a set, and there's the spike. There's the kill by number 6, Natalia Montero. A couple of substitutions for both teams. New libero for Brazil, number 3, Bruna Diaz. Diaz and number 2, Georgia Catani, usually pretty regularly rotate for Brazil. And we got another timeout, so folks, I'm going to double check the score and make sure I didn't miss any points. I'll be right back. Well, folks, I was 1 point off. 21-16 is the score. China up by 5. And, you know, a good time out there for Brazil. I mean, why not? 21-16. I mean, it's a difficult deficit, but it's not insurmountable. I mean, you get 4 or 5 in a row and get it up tied, and then who knows? So Nikolai serves for Brazil. And there's a kill for Brazil. Boy, what a reverse set that was. That was beautifully done by Isadora Nikolai. I'll tell you, I don't know if there's anything more beautiful in volleyball than to do that reverse set where you kind of reverse it quickly to the other side and maybe catch the opponents, you know, a little bit off balance. And there's a kill, and once again, Wang Ting Soon with a kill. So 22-17 in favor of Colombia. I mean, usually when you set a ball in volleyball, you just kind of normally set it to one side. Well, Nikolai there quickly reversed it to the other side. And I'll tell you, that can leave the other team a little flat-footed. I mean, that's the reason why you should do it. And, oh, nice dig by China. I thought Brazil had a kill, and now China gets a kill. Wow, that could be a pivotal point right there, folks. I mean, it could have been 22-18. Instead, it's 23-17. You know, again, it's always a 2-point swing. I mean, it could have been down to 4, but instead it's 6. So China just 2 points away from wrapping up this first set. Nice dig by Katani. Nice dig by China. And now Brazil kind of scrambling a little bit. And there's a kill, and boy, Katani goes down. Down goes Katani. She's okay, though. All right, this is game point for China, 24-17. I'll tell you, this has been a very, I'll tell you, all the sets today have been very entertaining. This international division is really something. Again, even the worst team, Colombia, still winless. Really not a bad team. And there's a kill for Brazil, keeping the set alive. Number 13, that's Luana Aguiar. So that makes it 24-18. And serving is Natalia Montero. Well, can Brazil run off about 6 in a row? I mean, it's certainly possible. Oh, they missed the serve. Oh, that'll do it. Wow. Boy, you hate to miss a serve at any time, but particularly on game point when, well, what are you going to do? So China wins that first set 25-18. So we'll have a little bit of a break, about 2 minutes, and then come back with set number 2. Well, again, this is going to be it for me today. A little bit of a short day, which isn't too bad. I've got a lot of things going on. Minor league baseball in Brevard County I got to get to tonight. But, you know, it's been fun, and we're going to have a little bit of a gap here. We're going to have about a 2-hour gap where there's really not going to be much going on in the courts 41 to 42, which was where we've been broadcasting from today. But there is going to be action at 4 o'clock. You know, again, if you want to know the listing of the matches, and again, there are so many. You know, we talk about 2,300 teams and 23,000 athletes that have descended upon Orlando. But as many teams there are, can you imagine how many matches there are? I mean, if each team plays, let's say, 10 matches, just to make the simple math, well, I guess that would be, if I'm thinking this straight, I don't want to take any integrals or derivatives here, or areas under curves. I mean, this is pretty simple math. Well, that would be 23,000 matches. If all 2,300 teams play a minimum of 10 matches, and you know, it could be more, it could be less. Boy, that's just a stunning figure. I mean, the AAU putting on this tournament, boy, what a logistical challenge. You got to get the officials to the right venue and then the right court. And, you know, get the players to the right court, too. So, really, this is really an incredible event and an incredible challenge to put on. So, anyway, I mean, there won't be any action streaming-wise until 4 o'clock once this match concludes. And, again, we'll be back here tomorrow for some more action, beginning at 8 a.m. All right, both teams have switched sides of the court. Again, China winning that first set 25-18 over Brazil. So the teams have switched sides and benches. And again, if you're just tuning in, again, this is Brazil and China here at the 43rd Annual AAU Volleyball Championships. Brazil in the blue, they're going to be serving, and China in the white, they will be serve receiving. So Brazil hoping to get it even here in set number 2 and force a set 3. Isadora Nikolai to serve, and she starts off with the ace. So 1-0. 1-0 in favor. Excuse me, I gotta see her. So 1-0 in favor of Brazil. So Nikolai with a good serve there. Let's see what she can do here. Gets a nice serve and a nice dig there by China. And Brazil gets the point, so they're out to a 2-0 lead. Again, you got to get to 25 and win by 2. So Nikolai will continue to serve. Nice dig there by China. Here comes the set. And did that get deflected or not? No, it did not. Hit out by China. And one of the China players kind of glaring at the official like, well, I think I might have gotten deflected, sir, but it's going to stand. So Brazil with the point, and it's 3-0. So Nikolai trying to keep her run of serves here, and oh, there's a kill. That was number 7, Long Su Lee. So 3-1 in favor of Brazil, and China with the serve and serving. I think the star of this match for China, Wen Ting Soon. She's been in on a little bit of everything. Probably has about a half dozen kills. And there's a nice block. On the block there, number 7, Long Su Lee, and number 10, Zhao Tong Lee. So 3-2 Brazil. And Soon with another serve. Oh, nice save there by China. And now a free ball. Oh, nice dive by the libero. Oh, this is one of the more entertaining points. And Brazil gets it on the kill. That was Luana Aguiar. So 4-2 Brazil. Again, China leads it 1-0 in this best of 3. Again, Brazil 4-1. Only loss was to the Dominican Republic. Here's the set. There's the spike, but good dig there by Brazil. Here's the set for Brazil. Attempted kill denied by China. Another kill attempt by Brazil. Good dig by China. And there's a block. Beautiful block there by Brazil. Schwarzer and Gadella teaming up to thwart the kill person for China, Zhao Tong Lee. So point for Brazil, and they're up 5-2. And serving number 6, Natalia Montero. So Montero with the jump serve, barely gets it over the net, but that was actually beautiful. But there's a kill for China, as that was number 7, Long Su Lee. And Lee is going to serve for China. It's 5-3 Brazil. So Lee with a serve. And there's a kill for Brazil with authority. Maria Barbara Schwarzer. So 6-3 Brazil. And serving, Elise Gadella. And Gadella line drive right into the net. So that gives a point to China, and it's 6-4. And now, Zhao Tong Lee will serve. And she is a left-handed server. Wow, that was quite a serve and quite a dig by Brazil. Here's the set. Goes over the net. Brazil able to save it. Attempted kill. Denied. And there's the quick kill. The two-handed kill by number 9. That was Don Shu. So, well, I'll tell you, I can see the score a lot better now. 6-5 Brazil. And a serve into the net for China. So 7-5 Brazil. That was Zhao Tong Li. All right, serving for Brazil, 13, Luana Aguiar. And Aguiar, left-handed server. Boy, there are a lot of lefties in this tournament. Here comes a set, and there's the kill by number 1, Maria Barbara Schwarzer. So 8-5 in favor of Brazil. So Aguiar will continue to serve. And the crafty lefty gets it over. Nice dig there by Brazil. Nice dig there by China, but it's going to be out of bounds and hit around the wrong side of the stick on the net. So Brazil with a point. And it's 9-5 Brazil. And continuing to serve will be Aguiar. There's a kill attempt, denied though by Brazil. Trying to go for the lob kill was China. Didn't work, and now, oh, the ball coming right in my living room. Let's see, who got that point? I was keeping my eye on the ball as it was coming right from my noggin. The official, I think, looking for help. And I don't know, did they award that point to anybody? Alright, well, Brazil's going to serve. I'm not quite sure what happened there. And once again, it's Mystery Theater. I wish Art Fleming was still around to help me out. And the ball out of bounds. So, that was an ace. That was an ace for Aguiar. And I believe it's 10-5. Oh, there we go. 10-5. They're holding up the score, and I wasn't looking. So, 10-5 Brazil. And there's a kill. Successful. And that was 11. Bo Wenzo. And Bo Wenzo is going to serve. So 10-6. So Zoe with the serve. Nice serve, middle of the court. Tap kill, and successful. That wasn't your typical power kill, just a tap kill, and that was by Danielle Pryor. So it's 11-6 Brazil. And Brazil to serve, it's going to be Maria Barbara Schwarzer. So Schwarzer with a serve. Here's the set by China. Attempted kill, denied by Brazil. And Brazil able to pick up the point. That makes it 12-6. So, Schwarzer with another serve. Nice low serve over to the left. And there's a kill with authority. That was number 9. Don Shu for China. So 12-7 Brazil. And China with a serve, and it's going to be Don Shu to serve it up. Nice deep serve, low. Brazil able to dig it out. And oh, the tap kill. The little dink shot. Didn't quite see who had that for Brazil, but that makes it 13-7. So I'll tell you, I can't say it enough. Good volleyball today with this international level. I mean, very competitive matches. Nice dig there by Brazil. And there's a kill for number 1, Maria Barber-Schwarzer. Now the official's in the way, but I think it's 14-7 Brazil. And serving is number 5, Danielle Pryor. And it's a ace for Pryor. So 15-7 Brazil, and we got a timeout, and I'm gonna go double check the score and make sure I got it right. I got it 15-7 Brazil. We'll see if that's what it is. I'll be right back. I'll tell you, folks, it makes me feel good when I can get things right. I won't say I don't do it a lot, but there are times I don't get it right. But I got this one right. Well, it's better to be right than wrong. 15-7 is the score. Brazil is up by 8. So Brazil will score to serve. It's Danielle Pryor. And there's a kill. Another one. Boy, Wang Ting Soon. She could play on my team any day. She has got it together. What a force she is. And you know, it's interesting with her. I mean, she's not especially tall. I mean, and I wouldn't say she's short, but she's not your tall, kind of lanky kind of player that you like playing at the net. But I'll tell you what, she has a good sense for the game. That's one way you can make up for lack of height, just your intelligence. And there's another kill. That wasn't a demonstrative kill, just a little dink shot over the net, but once again, Wang Ting Soon. All right, I got to keep up with the score here, so that's 15-9 in favor of Brazil. Well, again, China's up 1-0, and again, if you're Brazil, I mean, you can never relax against this China team. And if you're Brazil, obviously you want to get it to a third set. But China on a little bit of a momentum swing here. Well, they just lost the momentum, and what's the worst way to do that? You miss a serve. So 16-9 Brazil. Well, I'll tell you, that'll be the one thing that would kill your momentum. You know, things are going along, you win about 4 or 5 points in a row, and then you miss a serve. That could swing the pendulum in the other direction real quickly. It's kind of demoralizing. All right, here's Brazil, and it's a kill. Kill for Brazil. Luana Aguiar. So Brazil up 17-9. Again, you know, pretty comfortable 8-point margin, but they need 8 more points to close this out. And serving is Isadora Nicolai. Nicolai, nice low serve, middle of the net. And there's a kill. Boy, that was a nice, that was kind of a screwball kill as it drifted over to the right. Wang Ting Soon, another great kill. So 17-8 Brazil, and Soon is going to serve. So Soon gets it in. And Soon trying to get another kill, but nice take by Brazil. And there's a kill by number 6 for Brazil. That's Natalia Montero. Well, one thing I wanted to mention about China, they really don't sub a lot. in the match that I was watching today that I wasn't broadcasting, I only counted really 2 subs for them. So they pretty much stick with their core players throughout. And there's a kill. Well, no, it's a miss. Brazil gets the point. So, again, I can't see the score. The official's blocking my view, but I think it's 19-8. So Brazil here with the serve, and it's going to be Natalia Montero. So Montero gets it in. Boy, she knocks down Soon. That's not easy to do, and ball hit into the net. Boy, what a powerful serve that was by Montero. It knocks Soon down for China. I don't think Soon really fears anything, but that ball got to her quickly, and it knocked her down. But you know what? She got the ball to her teammate, 11, Bo went Zhu, but then Zhu then hit it in the net, so that was unfortunate. So 20-8, Brazil. And Brazil wins another point. So let me double check the score. It should be 21-8. Again, I can't really see. Oh, you know what? I think it's 20. It's 21-10. All right, but Brazil's still in control, and we got a timeout. So yeah, it is 21-10 Brazil. So barring a collapse here, Brazil is going to force a third and deciding set. Well, I got to tell you, just about all the matches that I've done, except maybe for 1 or 2, have been actually 2-setters. I can't remember doing. I might not have done yet a 3-setter. I might have done 1. I can't remember. But I'll tell you, it's been mostly 2-setters. I think this is about the 12th match that I've done, and most of them have gone, 2 sets to none. And I'll tell you, Brazil trying to extend this match. Again, China won the first set 25-18. And there's a kill for number 10 of China. That's Xiaotong Li. So that makes it, yeah. Okay, well, the commercials have to be quick because the timeouts are real quick. So, all right. All right, 21-11. And there's a kill for Brazil. So, it should be 22-11. Yeah, that looks like 22 over there. 22-11 Brazil. Well, during our break between sets 2 and 3, assuming Brazil is a collapse here, we're going to run a commercial and we'll be back, but we'll keep it there for now, of course. And there's a kill for China, number 9, Dan Shu. So 22-12. Now China would really have to run off a huge spurt here of about 10 points. I've seen some 6- and 7-point runs, but boy, I tell you, trying to get 10 in a row, that's really hard. And there's a kill. Brazil wants nothing of any China run. That's Schwarzer with an emphatic kill. And that makes it 23-12. So, again, Brazil on the brink of forcing a third and deciding set. And let's see, serving is Luana Aguiar. And there's a kill for China, number 11, Bo Wen Zhou. So 23-13. And serving for China, Bo Wen Zhou. Zhou with a nice dig there. And Soon with another kill. And Soon knocked down Nikolai. So we've had 2 knockouts today. Soon got knocked down by a ball, and then she knocked out somebody. Everybody's okay, though. That's the important thing. So 23-14, Brazil, and once again, Zhou with the serve for China. And that's going to be a kill for Wen Ting Soon, and we got a Brazil player down who's not getting up. couldn't quite see through the sea of players. Hopefully she didn't get hit in the head. You know, I'm really surprised. I'm not even saying I'm a total authoritarian on volleyball. I mean, I'm still learning the game. I'm really amazed that more players don't get hit in the head and there aren't more concussions. I mean, I'm sure it happens. I don't think it happens very often. And I'll tell you, with the speed of the ball that comes off of some of these players, you wonder how it doesn't happen more often. I mean, we hope we never see the day where volleyball players have to wear helmets, but I'll tell you, that ball is a little bit hard, and when it's hit 50 or 60 miles an hour and it hits you in the head, you know, you're going to feel it. All right, 23-15, so it looks like the Brazil player was okay, but she checked out of the game. So that's a double hit, and China gets the point. All right, let's see. Looks like it's 23-16. Well, China is not giving in here. They still have a ways to go to trying to extend this second set. And China gets another point. Well, I'll tell you what, we got a timeout. I'll tell you what, that's a 5-point run for China. You know, I keep saying, boy, it's hard to get a 10-point run. Well, you know what? They're halfway there.
My man, Dwayne Wade.
23-17, just double-checking the score. Brazil up by 6. So Brazil in the driver's seat, but you know what?
With a snowplow.
It was 22-11 just a few minutes ago.
Finger rolled in pepper.
So it's gone from an 11-point lead to a 6-point lead. So China has quickly knocked off about half of their deficit. Oh, we're going to take commercial. We'll be back. I'm sorry. Commercial? Oh. Yeah. All right, well, I can keep it here? Okay, all right. All right, we're back. I'll tell you, these timeouts are quick. Unlike baseball, it's about 2 minutes and 50 seconds. All right, there's a kill, and I'll tell you, missed kill is Wang Ting Soon for China. So it's 23-18, and I'll tell you, China, that is 6 points in a row. Well, I know that Brazil isn't letting their guard down. You know, sometimes you just have the guard taken away from you. Well, here is Zhou with another serve. Zhou with another serve. And Brazil gets a much-needed kill. That was number 1, Schwarzer. I'll tell you, Brazil really needed that, and now they have a game point. So no missteps for China here. That was huge for Brazil. That gets them a little momentum. And here's the serve for Brazil, game point. And if they get it, we'll have a third set coming up. And nice block attempt by China. Oh, they keep it alive. Wow. And there's a kill for Brazil. That'll do it for set number 2 as Natalia Montero ends it. And the final, if I can see the score over there, I think it was, I can't see it. How the heck with it? I think it was 25-18. All right. So we are even at 1 set apiece, and we're going to take a break, and we'll be right back.
Don't open that cellar door. Epic comeback starts right here. Lucky shot.
Chris Flavor of Gatorade Cross. Play cool.
6 seconds on the clock. Time at 9 o'clock.
My man, Dwayne Wade. You got this. You cool.
Cool like a penguin in a tank top.
Cool like a convertible with a snowplow.
Like a streaker at a hockey game.
Like a finger rolled in Tupperware.
Cool like a Yeti eating frozen spaghetti.
The cool Chris Flavor of Gatorade Cross. Play cool.
6 seconds on the clock. Time at 9 o'clock.
My man, Dwayne Wade. You got this. You cool.
Cool like a penguin in a tank top.
Cool like a convertible with a snowplow.
Like a streaker at a hockey game.
Like a finger rolled in Tupperware.
Cool like a Yeti eating frozen spaghetti.
The cool, crisp flavor of Gatorade Frost. Play cool.
All right, folks, welcome back. We're going to have set number 3 of this international matchup featuring China and Brazil, and we've had an exchange of 25-18 scores. China won the first set, 25-18. Brazil comes back and wins the second set, 25-18. So this will be a good one, and it's too close to call. I mean, both teams have had their stretches of playing better than the other, but I mean, for really the most part, it's been pretty even. I think you'd have to say probably that China dominated that first set, not by much, but by a little. And then you can say Brazil played a little bit better in the second set. But I'll tell you, there's not much separating these teams. You know, again, like in any sport, you know, every team makes a little bit of a run. So here we go with set number 3, and it's going to be Meg Lee to start off for China. Now again, keep in mind, set number 3 only up to 15 rather than 25. But of course, you have to win by a margin of 2, or the game can go longer. And Wang Soon missed the ball, now trying to kill it, but Brazil right there. And a kill for Brazil. Okay, that was Montero. No surprise there. She's probably leading her team in kills today and in this tournament, and maybe for their entire season. She's that good. And here comes the serve for Brazil, and it's hit into the net, and that was Nikolai, and it's 1-1. And I'll tell you, I don't want to keep harping on this, but particularly in the third set when you're only playing up to 15 points, again, it is just taboo to miss serves. You just can't give points away. If you're not sure that you can hit one of those hard to return serves, and just get it over the net, as Brazil gets a kill here. They're up 2-1. I mean, in a third set, say if you miss 2 or 3 serves, I mean, that doesn't sound like a lot, but I'll tell you, if the game is close, that could be the difference in losing or winning. So, not to get on my diatribe, but that's the way I feel about it. All right, ball is out, and that's a point for China. So we are tied at 2, I believe. Let's see. I can't quite see the score, but I believe we're tied at 2. And here's Longshu Lee with a serve. Attempted kill there by Aguiar, but returned nicely by China. Oh, a couple of dig attempts by Brazil, but couldn't come up with it. And China with a point, and they lead it. They lead it 3-2. So Longshu Lee continuing to serve, and oh, she hit it into the net. Well, there we go again. Should be tied at 3. Can't quite see the score. And serving is Elise Gadella for Brazil. Nice save there by Soon. And that one is a kill. It did. I guess it. I think China hit it back and hit it out of bounds. So. Brazil wins the point, and they lead it 4-3. Again, keep in mind, only up to 15. So ways to go for Brazil, but to get from 4 to 15, obviously a little easier than to get from 4 to 25. And ball hit into the net. Ugh. Well, that's at least one missed serve for both sides. You know, I guess if those are even with each team, maybe you don't make a big deal about it, but you don't want to be the leader in that category, missing serves, especially in the third set when you're trying to get to 15 points. You know, again, it's just like, and there's another missed serve. Wow. I don't know, Zhao Tong Li is kind of laughing about it. I don't think our coach is laughing, though. All right, Brazil is up 5-4 to my best recollection. Again, I can't see the score right now. All right, serving is 14, Isabella Balinas. And she's a left-handed server, and she gets one in. That's going to be ace. And that makes it 6-4. You know, that wasn't a terribly hard serve, but it was kind of low and dipping fast. And the China player just couldn't get down into a dig position quickly enough to return that ball effectively. So that was a nice serve, not even that hard, but effective. And now the serve is hit out. So that is a missed serve. So, you can see the score. It is 6-5. You know what? I'm keeping up with it pretty well. All right. So 6-5 Brazil, China to serve, and it's Bo Wenzhou. And there's a kill attempt, but it goes wide, so not a kill. That was missed wide to the left by Aguiar, so point for China, and we are tied at 6. And there's a kill by number 5, Danielle Pryor, and that wasn't your typical kind of kill. It was kind of a swipe with the hand, like a sidearm swipe, I guess I'd call it. And she got it in. Kind of a curve swipe. She swiped it, and the ball curved away from the China player. All right, there is Soon with another kill, and yeah, I'm sure by now, as we are tied at 7, I'm sure by now when Brazil returns the ball, they want to keep it away from Soon, because I'll tell you, if Soon gets the kill, 99.9% of the time, she's going to do it right. Nice dig there by China. There's Soon with another kill, and I'll tell you, Soon gets the kill, and that wasn't even a hard shot. She just kind of dumped it over the net in the open space, and we're going to have a switch of the courts here, as is tradition, with in between the third set, midway through the third set, teams switch sides of the court, which I can never really tell why that's in the rules. I mean, I guess there's a reason for it. Again, if we were playing outside and the wind was blowing 30 miles an hour in one direction, I could see it as being a fair kind of thing, but we are indoors. But they do it. I'll have to ask about that. They don't switch benches, but they do switch sides of the court. All right, Brazil able to handle that serve nicely by China. And, there's another kill by Soon. I'll tell you, she is a star. So, I believe we're tied at 8. And again, I can't quite see the score at this point. And Don Shu is going to serve. So I'll tell you, this is a good one. International play today has been really good. The quality of the play has been outstanding. And that one hits off the official. Boy, is it safe to be an official? I mean, he's up high. That one kind of caught the side of his head. He's kind of laughing about it. Fortunately, didn't get a plush. All right, Brazil with that point, and they're up 9-8, I believe. If I can see if I can see the score here. Well, they serve the ball, so that's a ace. And that's Danielle Pryor, and what happens to Pryor? She's rewarded with her efforts by checking out of the game. And checking in for 16. That's Mariana Ferreira. So served by Ferreira. Good one, middle of the court. Yeah, there she is again. You can't stop her, but certainly you would like to contain her. Wen Ting-soon. She is probably double digits in kills. Again, I wish I had a statistician to help me. I just can't keep track of that stuff, but she's probably in double digits in kills. She probably had about 5 in the first set. She probably has about 5 here in the second set. All right, China with the serve. I'll tell you, this one is going down the wire. And there's a kill for Brazil. That's number 6, Natalia Montero. And the coaches are blocking my view, but I'm trying to see if I can see the score. Oh, they're holding it up, and I missed it. All right, here's the serve by Brazil. And there's a kill by Montero. Okay, 11-10. I'll tell you, this is a good one, folks. Glad you can tune in here at sportsnetworklive.com. So that's 11-10 Brazil. Yeah, that should be right, yeah. Okay, Soon with a kill attempt, didn't get it. That's big news. She sets this one to her teammate, and nice attempt by Brazil. They hit it off the side of their hand. All right, we're tied at 11. All right, Wen Ting-soon will serve for Brazil. So tied at 11. First to 15 wins by a margin of 2. Montero looking for the kill. Got denied, and now China with a kill. Didn't quite see who got that, but they get the kill, and they're up 12-11. And we're going to have a timeout, and let's see. Yeah, it is 12-11 in favor of, 12-11 in favor of China. So we have had, the only lead changes that we've had have come just in the last few minutes. We had a couple early. Brazil had the lead for probably about 6 or 7 points, and then China got the lead, and then it's been kind of flip-flopping back and forth. So 12-11 China, and boy, I'll tell you, these timeouts are awfully quick. All right, here is Soon with a serve for China. And, China able to keep it alive. Wow, I thought Brazil had the kill there. Here's the set. And there's the kill. So the kill for Brazil, and that was 6. Natalia Montero, and she was set up beautifully by Isadora Nicolai. I'm going to tell you, Isadora Nicolai, there have been a lot of good setters in this tournament. I'll tell you, she's one of the good ones. Sometimes she goes with that reverse set to try and throw the opposition off. And there's a block for Brazil at the net. That was huge. That was 14 and 15, the Twin Towers. Isabella Bolinas and Elise Gadella. All right, let's see. I believe it's 13-12 Brazil. Oh, it's hit into the net. Boy, you just cannot miss a serve at that critical juncture. We are tied at 13. Oh, you can't miss a serve. You just can't do it. But Brazil did it. And here's China serving Long-Soo Lee. So somebody's going to take a 14-13 lead as China. It's Brazil. Okay, well, this is game point for Brazil, and it's match point, in fact. And it's Elise Gadella. And we're going to have a timeout. Just like in an NBA game, you take about 4 or 5 timeouts in the last 30 seconds. I don't think that's going to happen here, but you know what? I mean, timeouts are part of the game. If you're China, this is a good time to take a timeout. So we'll keep it here. Don't want to miss anything.
My man.
Well, I'll tell you what, I don't know what's been
You got this.
the best match of the day, because all of them have been really good. I mean, that Slovenia-China match that I did to
Like a streaker at a hockey
start
game.
off the day, which seemed like it was about 24 hours ago, but it was actually just earlier this morning. I'll tell you that only went 2 sets. That was a heck of a match. That was a heck of a match. Slovenia winning it, 2-0. All right, here we go. Elise Cadella serving for Brazil to try and close it out. Oh, she hit it long. Another missed serve. Holy Toledo. We're tied at 14. I'll tell you, the coaches and the players are going to see those missed serves in their sleep. Now let's see how number 10 does for China here. This is Zhao Tong Li. She is a southpaw. Oh, she barely got it over the net, but it worked. Brazil, though, able to pick it up. So somebody is going to take a 15-14 lead, and it's China. So now China will have the game point. So China gets to 15 points, but you got to win by 2. So they need to get to 16 here to close this out. So Zhao Tong Li would like to get a similar serve to the last one, but probably get it just a little bit higher. Because if you get a little bit lower this time, it might fall on your side of the net. Oh, she gets a nice one in here. That was better than the other one. And there's a kill for China, and that's it. China wins it. Wow, what a match. I'll tell you, really outstanding volleyball today. Oh. All right, China wins it 16-14. So, Brazil falls to 4-2, and China evens their record at 3-3. I'll tell you, there really isn't much separating the teams in this international level. Really, anybody can beat anybody at any time. I mean, that's been proven today because Colombia gave the Dominican Republic all sorts of headaches, and the Dominican Republic was undefeated, and Colombia was winless. And you would think Colombia would have had a much better record, because I'll tell you, they played their hearts out and lost, but the Dominican Republic knew that they were in a match. All right, well, that's going to wrap it up for today, folks, at least for me. I mean, we're going to continue to stream, but there's about a 90-minute break coming up. There's nothing till 4 on either of these courts, so keep checking back with us and look for your favorite team. But we're going to say so long for now. I'm J.C. Meyerholtz. I'll tell you, it's been a fun week. I love this convention center. It is beautiful. I've never been to a place where you look off in the distance and you see volleyballs flying up in the air everywhere. It's really quite a sight. I mean, you know, hopefully if you're watching somewhere close by, you'll come out and see this event. It's really, really special. So, well, anyway, I'll talk to you tomorrow, probably about 8 in the morning. I got to check the schedule and see what's coming up. But, you know, we've got more coming up today video-wise, and then I'll be back audio-wise tomorrow for some more matches. Again, I'm J.C. Meyerholtz. Thanks for tuning in. This is the 43rd Annual Volleyball Championships, AAU, on SportsNetworkLive.com. Very pleasant good afternoon.
frozen spaghetti.
The cool, crisp flavor of Gatorade Frost.
Clock starts right here. Lucky shot.
clock time at 9 o'clock.
My man, Dwayne Wade. You got this. You cool.
Cool like a penguin in a tank top.
Cool like a convertible with a snowplow.
Like a streaker at a hockey game.
Like a finger rolled in February.
Cool like a Yeti eating frozen spaghetti.
The cool, crisp flavor of Gatorade Frost. Play cool.
Don't open that cellar door. Epic comeback starts right here. Lucky shot.
My man, Dwayne Wade. You got this. You cool.
Cool like a penguin in a tank top.
Cool like a convertible with a snowplow.
Like a streaker at a hockey game.
Like a finger rolled in Tupperware.
Cool like a Yeti eating frozen spaghetti.
The cool, crisp flavor of Gatorade Frost. Play cool.
6 seconds.
Am I good? I can't hear anything. Oh. This is Allie Gregory from Kiva 18 Red reporting to you live from Court 41. We have Club 1 and Munciana Samurai battling head to head. Kill for Munciana Samurai. Peyton White goes back to serve. Good pass by Club 1. Good touch off the block. Another kill from outside, number 11, Munciana Samurai. Peyton White back to serve again. Balls up. Kill, Club 1, outside number 9. Number 7 subs in. Going back to serve. Good pass by White. And the ball's put away by outside number 11, Munciana Samurai. Kendall White heads back to serve. Serving error by Kendall White. Number 6, Club 1 heads back to serve. Serving error, Club 1. Right side, Megan Sloan heads back to serve from Munciana Samurai. Point, Munciana Samurai. Good touch off the block. Good pickup by Kendall White. And it's put away by Samurai. Club 1 heads back to serve. Good pass by White. And it's a kill. Tool off the block. DS heads back to serve for Samurai. Point Samurai. Score is 12-10, Samurai. Serving air, Samurai. Bro heads back to serve on Club 1. Good ball by Samurai. And it's put away by the middle. Middle attacker goes back to serve for Samurai. Another kill by Munciana Samurai. Good pass by Club 1. Ball set outside. Kept alive by Samurai. Good up by the Bro, Club 1. It's a double for Samurai, point Club 1. Another good dig by Club 1's Bro. Good up by Munciana's Bro. Ball's kept alive by Samurai. And the left side finishes his point. Setter goes back to serve for Samurai. Kill by Megan Sloan. Timeout. And this is Allie Gregory on Kiva 18 Red signing off. Don't forget to check us out on Court 42 at 5.
My man, Dwayne Wade. You got this. You cool.
Cool like a penguin in a tank top.
Cool like a convertible with a snowplow.
Like a streaker at a hockey game.
Like a finger rolled in February.
Cool like a Yeti eating frozen spaghetti.
The cool, crisp flavor of Gatorade Frost. Play cool.
Seconds on the clock, tied at 9.
My man, Dwayne Wade. You got this. You cool.
Cool like a penguin in a tank top.
Cool like a convertible with a snowplow.
Like a streaker at a hockey game.
Like a finger rolled in February.
Cool like a Yeti eating frozen spaghetti.
The cool, crisp flavor of Gatorade Frost. Play cool.
Don't open that cellar door. Epic comeback starts right here. Lucky shot.
Yes.
clock tied at 9
My man, Dwayne Wade. You got this. You cool.
Cool like a penguin in a tank top.
Cool like a convertible with a snowplow.
Like a streaker at a hockey game.
Like a finger rolled in February.
Cool like a Yeti eating frozen spaghetti.
The cool, crisp flavor of Gatorade Frost. Play cool. My man, Dwayne Wade. You got this. You cool.
Cool like a penguin in a tank top.
Cool like a convertible with a snowplow.
Like a streaker at a hockey game.
Like a finger rolled in February.
Cool like a Yeti eating frozen spaghetti.
The cool, crisp flavor of Gatorade Frost. cool.
6 seconds on the clock, tied at 9.
My man, Dwayne Wade. You got this. You cool.
Cool like a penguin in a tank top.
Cool like a convertible with a snowplow.
Like a streaker at a hockey game.
Like a finger rolled in February.
Cool like a Yeti eating frozen spaghetti.
The cool, crisp flavor of Gatorade Frost. Play cool.
6 seconds on the clock, tied.
Don't open that cellar door. Epic comeback starts right here. Lucky shot.
My man, Dwayne Wade. You got this. You cool.
Cool like a penguin in a tank top.
Cool like a convertible with a snowplow.
Like a streaker at a hockey game.
Like a finger rolled in February.
Cool like a Yeti eating frozen spaghetti.
The cool, crisp flavor of Gatorade Frost. Play cool.
Don't open that cellar door. Epic comeback starts right here. Lucky shot. Don't open that cellar door. Epic comeback starts right here. Lucky shot. Don't open that cellar door. Epic comeback starts right here. Lucky shot.
6 seconds on the clock. Time at 9.
My man, Dwayne Wade. You got this. You cool.
Cool like a penguin in a tank top.
Cool like a convertible with a snowplow.
Like a streaker at a hockey game.
Like a finger rolled in February.
Cool like a Yeti eating frozen spaghetti.
The cool, crisp flavor of Gatorade Frost. Play cool. My man, Dwayne Wade. You got this. You cool.
Cool like a penguin in a tank top.
Cool like a convertible with a snowplow.
Like a streaker at a hockey game.
Like a finger rolled in February.
Cool like a Yeti eating frozen spaghetti.
The cool, crisp flavor of Gatorade Frost. Play cool.
6 seconds on the clock. Time at 9
My man, Dwayne Wade. You got this. You cool.
Cool like a penguin in a tank top.
Cool like a convertible with a snowplow.
Like a streaker at a hockey game.
Like a finger rolled in February.
Cool like a Yeti eating frozen spaghetti.
The cool, crisp flavor of Gatorade Frost.
Don't open that cellar door. Epic comeback starts right here. Lucky shot. Don't open that cellar door. Epic comeback starts right here. Lucky shot. Don't open that cellar door. Epic comeback starts right here. Lucky shot.
Play cool.
6 seconds on the clock, tied at 9.
My man, Dwayne Wade. You got this. You cool.
Cool like a penguin in a tank top.
Cool like a convertible with a snowplow.
Like a streaker at a hockey game.
Like a finger rolled in Tupperware.
Cool like a Yeti eating frozen spaghetti.
The cool, crisp flavor of Gatorade Frost. Play cool.
Don't open that cellar door. Epic comeback starts right here. Lucky shot.
It's on the clock, tied at 9.
My man, Dwayne Wade. You got this. You cool.
Cool like a penguin in a tank top.
Cool like a convertible with a snowplow.
Like a streaker at a hockey game.
Like a finger rolled in February.
Cool like a Yeti eating frozen spaghetti.
The cool, crisp flavor of Gatorade Frost. Play cool.
Don't open that cellar door. Epic comeback starts right here. Lucky shot. Don't open that cellar door. Epic comeback starts right here. Lucky shot. Don't open that cellar door. Epic comeback starts right here. Lucky shot.
My man, Dwayne Wade. You got this. You cool.
Cool like a penguin in a tank top.
Cool like a convertible with a snowplow.
Like a streaker at a hockey game.
Like a finger rolled in February.
Cool like a Yeti eating frozen spaghetti.
The cool, crisp flavor of Gatorade Frost. Play cool.
Don't open that cellar door. Epic comeback starts right here. Lucky shot.